So first of all, good morning and welcome to Voogle 2014. First of all, a good warm welcome to Varazdin, the Baroque city of Varazdin, and for some of you, a warm welcome to Croatia. It's always fantastic to have at any conference so many international guests and participants. First of all, before we go any further, my name is Peter Hopwood and I will be your host, leading you through today's day of creativity, a day of innovation, and a day where we hopefully, by the end of the time together here in Varazdin, by the time we leave through the doors of the Croatian National Theatre, we'll have something to take back with us. Believe it or not, we are actually in 140 years of history, 140 years of performances here in the Croatian National Theatre, and 150 years of creativity, and basically that's exactly why we're here today, mixing tradition and history with today's innovation, ideas and future technology. Okay, if I could just draw your attention to the schedule. Everybody should have one of these. If you don't have one of these, that's fine. During the break, just go to the front, go to the reception, and that's where you'll get your schedule. If I can draw your attention to the back of this schedule here, you can see exactly how the day will unfold. Okay, so everybody will be fully clear of how the day will develop here at Voogle 2014. So today is split up really into three different parts. So first of all, we've got the keynote speakers, presentations about different areas of business, different areas of startups, crowdfunding, and different areas as well. We've also got the Start-Up Battle. Now the Start-Up Battle is very simple and very clear. All it is 7 different teams have their big idea that they feel is the best idea, and they will be competing against each other and trying to persuade, trying to convince our jury of expert panelists, expert businessmen and women exactly why their idea is the best and to go forward. Also, we have B2B meetings. Now, I'm sure some of you, or many of you, have already registered for a B2B meeting. Basically, speed dating in a business sense. So if you've got that, if you've done that, you should actually have in your information packs details of where you need to be. If you can all just look up, if you just look up, across in front of me, above your heads, are cubicles. Now, these are in fact the cubicles where you will be having your B2B venue. These are the venues of your meetings. Good news for those of you that maybe didn't register. If you didn't register, good news, we've actually put a blind date for you. You're going to have a blind date, a kind of business blind date. Now, I was told very, very early on, never refuse an invitation. So these are all voluntary, these are all optional. You don't have to do it if you don't want to. However, it might be an idea to do so. Remember, we've all got ideas in this room. We've all had ideas. If you think about your best idea, your biggest idea, where did it start? It probably started from a thought, maybe a conversation, perhaps a discussion, and then it developed even further. Who knows, in a few years' time, you might have your big idea and say, yes, it was actually started here at Voogle 2014. Okay, before we go any further, what I'd like to do now is introduce to you three distinguished guests here at Voogle 2014 who are just going to give us a little bit more insight and a little bit about their views on the concept and what the day entails. So let me just first of all introduce Mr. Andrea Petrovic, who is the director of the Technology Park here in Varazdin. That's right. We also have Mr. Vjeran Strahonja, the Dean of the Faculty of Informatics here in Varazdin. And last, but by no means least, the Mayor of the City of Varazdin, Mr. Goran Habush. So, if I could, I'll just ask you a few questions and you very simply just have to answer and let us know your views and opinions. So, if I start with you, Andrea. So, can you tell us maybe the difference between the Voogle conference, Voogle 2014, and the Technology Park in Varazdin?
Why do you ask me first? Because you have a city mayor here. Okay, it's a joke, Peter. Good morning to everyone. I'm very proud to be here today and share my experience with you. So, but I can speak about Technology Park for many days, but if I be so long, just stop me. Okay, what is different between Voogle and Technology Park? I have to say first about Technology Park. What really we are today? We are a serious institution, believe me, because I'm managing director there. Why I speak so? Because maybe one fact, you don't know that, but I will tell you now. It's when we count every annual turnover of all our tenants. When I say tenants, I mean on the companies located in our premises. They have maybe about 100 million kunas. For those of you who like more in euro, it's about 50 million euro annual turnover. It's not so big, but it's not it's a nice amount of money. So we provide from them a lot of services, from very simple to very complicated services. And what happened then? Maybe just, I will tell you one very sophisticated service that we provide for several months. We start procedure, it's a soft landing procedure from one company, from Technology Park, into Germany. They choose very specific part of Germany, and they said, okay, we want to be there in this technology incubator in Germany. This request is very serious, of course, for us. We use our connections, especially in the Enterprise Europe network, and we finished this procedure. We did it for company Works from Technology Park. Okay, what I want to tell you, there is a lot of services we provide, but sometimes we have a lack of resources for providing some very simple services for local community. It means we need a Google. We need a Voogle, because of course we need a Google. But what is Voogle today? Today Voogle is, from my point of view, is a group of enthusiastic persons that we support, and we will always support such initiatives, because I think we should be compatible initiatives, and Voogle and of course Technology Park, that we cover all services that our local community really needs. But anyway, I will never ask for costs, because this event also costs. But okay, anyway, we will always support, and I ask from other stakeholders, city and faculty, to support them. Okay, I think it's enough from me from now.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Strahonja, can you tell us maybe a little about the role of the Faculty of Informatics as a higher education institution in terms of promoting technology in the local area?
Thanks, Peter, for your question. First of all, it's a great pleasure to greet you on behalf of our students and teaching staff. We are part of the University of Zagreb, and the University of Zagreb is the oldest university in this part of Europe. We are celebrating 345 years. this year. The role of science is global, but in each country there are some specific issues we are aware of this fact. And our faculty, as all other similar institutions, lies on 3 pillars. First is science, second one is education, and the third one is contribution to society. And we can, this third pillar, also decompose, and we are doing it from time to time when we are thinking about our strategy. So the third pillar consists generally in some general issues as volunteering, but also the transfer of technology. That's the part of our third pillar. So I'm very proud to say that a month ago we were very engaged in proposing different projects together with some very prominent companies from our region, and it was the opportunity to talk a lot with the people from the industry and to get deep insight what they are doing, and also that's the opportunity for networking. So that's the way how I see our role in a local society. But one of the evidence that we are aware for many of years of our role is that we are also one of the co-owners of Technology Park. It's very important to close the whole value chain in the region. 1/3 of our students, I'm expecting so, will find a job in the local IT companies. 1/3 in the second circle, that means in Zagreb or our surrounding counties, and 1/3 abroad, also in other European countries. That's from our point of view. From the point of view of Technology Park and IT companies in the region, it's also very important to find human resources and when we talk with the people who are coming here to invest the money or to establish a company, from time, very often is the problem to find highly skilled and highly educated people to run a business. We are aware of this.
Okay, thank you. If I could just ask now Mr. Habush a question. So here we are in the iconic city, Baroque city of Varazdin, and clearly iconic Croatian National Theatre. Today's conference, Voogle 2014, is based on creativity and innovation. Can you tell us a little bit about the role of the city of Varazdin in terms of innovation, and perhaps how does it support the creation of new companies in the local area?
Hvala lijepo, Peter. Evo ja ću na hrvatskom, moj engleski bi teško razumjeti, pa će evo kolega prevoditi. Dakle, prije svega želim svima u ime gradske uprave dobrodošlicu u Varaždin, grad koji, osim svih onih epiteta koje nosi, ima jedan epitet koji je vezan uz ovu današnju tematiku, a to je kreativan grad. Naime, već sama činjenica da smo danas ovdje na ovoj pozornici ispred vas, da ne sjedimo na suprotnim stranama, dekan FOI-a i direktor Tehnološkog parka i ja kao predstavnik grada, dovoljno govori o važnosti te povezanosti i uloge lokalne jedinice samouprave u poticanju kreativnosti i inovativnosti.
So hello everyone from my side as well. So what the mayor just told you, he wished you a very warm welcome in the creative city of Varazdin, who supports entrepreneurship and creativity among all of us, and he wished you a very warm welcome in Varazdin.
Dakle, evo, samo da kažem još nekoliko riječi. Prije dosta godina i grad Varaždin i Varaždinska županija odredili su se i prioritet stavili na obrazovanje. Znamo da je obrazovanje jedan od osnovnih preduvjeta za kreativnost i inovativnost, a opet isto tako znamo da su i kreativnost i inovativnost zapravo osnovne ljudske osobine i pokretači evolucije koje nisu baš uvijek u povijesti imale potporu ni svjetovnih ni crkvenih vlasti, da su već danas je potpuno drugačije.
So that's a bit complicated one. Education is very important for the innovation and creativity of all people. Innovation and creativity are the roots of evolution, of human evolution. I think I summed it up.
Evo, dakle, upravo na tom tragu, kroz predškolsko obrazovanje, osnovnoškolsko obrazovanje, srednje školstvo, centra izvrsnosti, suradnju sa Zagrebačkim sveučilištem, formiranje vlastitog sveučilišta Sjever, želimo, dakle, tu kreativnost i inovativnost pokrenuti, dati joj zapravo priliku da bude pokretač novog razvoja, ne samo grada Varaždina, regije, nego i cijele Hrvatske u cijelini.
Through the cooperation with all the universities among Croatia and the creation of University North, we want to boost your creativity and innovation.
Great, thank you. Okay. So, if we could just go back to Andrea, perhaps. We've heard recently a lot about Danube Pi project. Could you maybe tell us a little bit more about that?
I have to say something about Danube Pi because, honestly, we need some sources for finance some events. Okay, sometimes we combine our events between technology park events, EU projects, as we have in the technology park a lot at the moment. But what is Danube Pi? Danube Pi is, how to say, something small scratch, because we start some processes in Croatia from the beginning, from the scratch. We speak about eco-design. There are a lot of benefits for our entrepreneurs. What kind of benefits? If they come in that program, they can use some of our services for that. Everything is free of charge for them. But anyway, finally, we use some methodology accepted by European Commission. But this methodology can be very useful as a kind of supplement for applying for funding from EU for entrepreneurs, because you should approve some processes. But what does it really mean? If entrepreneurs want to modernize a production facility, they need explain why they implementing some principle of eco-design and such a stuff. Okay, it's a matter of this project Danube Pi. Tomorrow we have a small consortium meeting, so we have people from 5, Croatia is 6 countries, from Germany, from Hungary, Serbia, Romania, and Bulgaria. Okay, that's it about it.
Great. Maybe back to Mr. Habush. Can you tell us perhaps some of the strategic projects of the city of Varazdin, perhaps?
Evo, kad upirate o projektima, dakle, osim ovih navedenih tehnološki park 1 koji postoji, nadamo se uskoro i tehnološkom parku 2 koji je jako dobra ideja i nastavak tehnološkog parka, zapravo i stojimo u ovom trenutku jako dobro i sa financiranjem i nadamo se da ćemo ga zajedno uspjeti progurati. U petak idemo upravo u ministarstvo sva trojica da guramo taj projekt dalje. Jednako tako, kroz sve one aktivnosti koje grad provodi od stipendiranja nadarenih studenata, centra izvrsnosti, imali smo prošle godine fond svježih ideja gdje smo mladim ljudima po završetku fakulteta omogućili zapravo da krenu sa vlastitim inicijativama, da guraju vlastite proizvode. Kroz zapravo to jedno obrazovanje, shvaćajući zapravo da upravo ono što sam rekao prije, ta kreativnost i inovativnost mora biti nosioc razvoja i stvaranja jednog novog rada, jedne nove tehnologije, jednog novog gospodarskog uzleta koji naravno svi toliko očekujemo.
Okay, let me try to do better this time. So there are scholarships for students that are very important. There's the existing tech park that you all know where it is, and there are also projects that boosted the creativity of young people, Fresh Ideas Fund, and we hope to get funding for the technology park too. And if you don't mind, I would like to use this opportunity to say that this project would have never existed if there wasn't for the tech park team. I would like all of them to stand up now and show them to you. So I think they deserve it. We all know how hard we worked on that project, and it's very passionate for us, and we hope to succeed in that. Yeah.
Okay, so maybe perhaps a final question back to Andrea, if we could. Okay, we've mentioned a little bit about plans for the future. Can I ask you perhaps in 4 years' time, 4 or 5 years' time, where do you see the technology park in Varazdin? What's the vision for the future?
It's a tough question, but I have a great news for all of us that I want to tell you. It is approval of our Ministry of Science, so we have a meeting on Friday. This approval really means 14.4 million kunas. For those of you who like euro, it's about 2 million euro. What is the purpose of that fund? The purpose is to finishing documentation for new technology park in Varazdin. It's a lot of money, and maybe within this fund is, for instance, a line like utility contribution, what is direct income from city, but now I'm sure that the city mayor will be very happy for that, but we will speak about it, about the amount. Okay, my vision of my team, it's a better, how to say, a better way to explain. It's really new technology park with several new sectors, including renewable energy sources, creative industry, and machinery, including, of course, ICT, and with a bigger complex. And we plan to build 13 new labs. Labs should be, okay, we need equipment, but those labs should be a connection between economy and academic society. Idea is to call faculties from Zagreb, from Faculty of Electronics and Faculty for Machinery from Zagreb to be here to move R&D component in our region, because we really need such resources here, because we feel lack of that. But what happened in our project in Croatia, we have approval, okay, but we need to be faster several times than the other. Okay, it's our great success, let me say so. Okay. I think it's nice.
Great. Okay. Andrea, Vienna, and Goran, thank you for joining us this morning. Ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together for our distinguished guests. Okay, so ladies and gentlemen, I think, and I think you'll agree with me, it's about time we kicked off the show today. So, first keynote speaker. So, he's a business analyst and innovation strategist at B1 Digital Innovation Lab of the Erste Group, based in Vienna. He's focused on developing a new level of customer experience and banking apps, and hopefully giving a more human touch to people's finances. Ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together for Mr. Mario Brkić.
So thank you, Peter, for the nice welcome. Just a little bit about myself. My name is Mario. I was born in Croatia, grew up in Canada, and now I've been living for the last year and a half in Vienna. And basically, when I was growing up, I didn't know that much what I wanted to do, but I knew that I didn't want to work for a bank. So that was the kind of, that was the only thing that I was quite certain to. And by a series of circumstances, I actually started working for Erste Bank, which I usually say they tricked me. However, it started working out in an interesting way. I first started working in this e-business department where I used to say, well, it's great because I'm not really working in the bank. It was always a bit different atmosphere, and When I came there, I had completely different ideas of how this should look like, and I was confronted for the first time with this big institution, a big corporation with all this bureaucracy, different politics, and really this kind of very formal atmosphere which I wasn't too comfortable with. And after a while, I did kind of, when I got settled, I saw there was a lot of things that just needed to be changed. So kind of like what Kevin O'Leary says, there needs to be a better way. And I started looking at different things, how we could improve it. And as you usually come into these large organizations full of optimism and a lot of energy, until kind of you get worn out, I started doing different projects, and I started seeing different things that we could improve, and kind of small things that you just naturally see should be done in a different way. And kind of my experiences from this corporate part were that, yeah, it's great if you want to do it, but it's kind of like the Google 20% rule, which turns out to be the 120% rule. You're given some support. It's great if you want to do it additionally, and if there's some results behind it, that's fantastic, because everybody's proud that you've done something more than you were expected to. But the whole structure is not made in a way that these kind of innovations and ideas can prosper. So there's just this whole atmosphere of bureaucracy, a whole lot of these kind of political struggles. Who will be the one who will introduce an idea and not the idea itself? And I was working there for a few years, and after a while, it turned out I was good at what I was doing, except it was hard to get things done in this kind of a system. And a year and a half ago, I was approached by my current CEO with this idea of B1. So this idea of kind of a startup within a large corporation, for me, I was a bit skeptical at first. I didn't know how this would fit this kind of clash of two completely different worlds. But they sold me on the story, and it sounded like really something that I would have wanted to do myself, but I never found the support in a way that really we could get it done. So the idea was that first, we're not part of Erste Group, we're a separate company, which is very important for a number of reasons. And second, we said there's kind of three pillars that when our enterprise was being founded, how this should work. And one of them was first that we're not an agency, we're the only ones that decide what our agenda is. So as we're not in the bank, nobody can come and tell us, hey, this is what we expect for you, this is what you need to do. Second, we said we're not going to start doing anything. There's no point in this kind of corporate environment if you don't really have somebody who will support you from the top. So if we have to go into all these struggles from the bottom up, trying to get our ideas, it's the same thing that I was doing in the bank for 3 or 4 years. And the third one was that basically we need extremely fast time to decision and time to market. The things that usually frustrated me the most was that it's not a problem getting the idea, it's not a problem finding the best concept and how to develop it, it's just you wait for months to get to any sort of decision. And I don't know if anybody's worked with I wouldn't say not just banks, but any large corporation. From when you have the first initial meeting, to when you have a follow-up, to when you have something that's actually started, it's not measured in days, it's measured in months. And so not just I, but everybody at kind of the founding or the core team of B1, we didn't want to get caught up in this. And we got assurances that this would not be the case. So that's where our story starts. So just about this large corporation, Erste Bank, or Erste Group, is a large banking group in Central and Eastern Europe. It's present in 7 countries, so 7 very distinctively different markets, from the Czech Republic, Austria, Croatia to Romania. You can imagine that they all have a completely different set of problems and different market needs. We have 17 million customers, so that's basically how we look at these. This is my external market. So I have 17 million people that I can reach, and 17 million different people's lives that we can change. And the third one is 46,000 employees. So when I talk about a large corporation, it's really a large corporation. And I look at this as my internal market. So we have a small team, and what we're doing is kind of we really even like being separated, and we did a lot of stuff completely behind closed doors without talking to anybody of these 46,000 people. But at the end, if we build an idea and the management says great, but nobody else follows up on it, we've done nothing. So as I'll talk through the presentation, one part is this kind of creative prototyping, ideation, and development, and the other part is this completely changing the organization. And I spent an enormous amount of energy on this change part. But basically, these are the people that we have to reach, because every touch point that you have, we can do a lot of things via mobile and via digital channels, but these are the people that actually build their experience. So everybody that needs to use it and everybody needs to understand why we're doing it. So basically, there's a few interesting facts about the ecosystem where we're working. One is that 71% of people would rather go to a dentist than visit their bank, which is not very good for us. And 1/3 of people are actively seeking to change the bank that they're in the next 90 days. So one thing, that's a good opportunity for us because it gives us a reason to do all this improvement and everything that we're doing, that it's not just our customers leaving, but people that would come from other banks to come to us. And the expectation is that 73% of people would expect that these kind of different ideas and different innovations come from outside. So you always see a lot of talk about Google, PayPal, whatever they do is really exciting and great. Nobody even considers that banks could do something internally. Just as I said, there are these huge structures, very slow, not really putting a lot of attention into detail and into innovation. And kind of 33% of people assume that in the next 5 years they won't need a bank at all. So you have a lot of these different services that are coming out, and then you can just substitute it, and you find different ways of dealing with your financial needs, and you don't have to use this old traditional institution that you've had up to now. So that's kind of where this fintech and this enterprise world meet. So half of the people expect that it's not us that are going to be doing something interesting, but everybody else. Which is good, because then if you have low expectations, we can surprise you with a lot of stuff. So we saw when we started B1, so B1 was founded about 1.5 years ago. It took us about half a year to do all of the setup, so staffing, moving to our space, getting everything done. And then we actually started the real work. So let's say we have around 1 year now of really working on everything that we're doing. And the kind of the environment that we entered was not the best. As the group has 2,935 branches in the network. So these are brick and mortar places where you go. So it's a huge network. But the problem is that we found that 68% of people only came once or 0 times to the branch in the last year. So it's kind of this build purpose before you build space. We have 2,935 branches, but we have almost 70% of people that are not going there. Maybe we have a problem. And we, just as comparison, the first app that we launched, which is called Quick Check, we launched it in June 2013. And we have in 1 month, so around 200,000 downloads. In 1 month, these 200,000 users have 1.8 million interactions with their bank. So every person interacts per month 9 times with their bank through this mobile app, versus 68% of people that never come to a branch. But we still have 2,935 branches. And one of our kind of main things that we said, first step that we have to do to clear up this whole situation is have time to decision and have time to market. That's a huge problem working with large corporations. The decisions that need to be done have to be consolidated on a lot of levels. There's no instant decision. There's nobody who wants to take a risk. And as you know, banks are extremely heavily regulated. There's a lot of bureaucracy and so on. And we had kind of, as I said at the beginning, we said we need first concrete support, and we need to have somebody who actually means what we're doing, because we said we don't want to be some sort of team of guys that are doing cool things. We are the people who are actually changing the bank and building it in a way that we think it should look like in the future. So one thing is that to achieve this half-time to decision and half-time to market, one is we have very vocal and very continuous support of the CEO of the whole group, Andreas Streichel, who basically made it completely clear to everybody, of the 46,000 people, and which is most important to the top management, saying, this is not something interesting that we're doing as a sideshow, this is the main act. And this is what we really, in the last year, we've actually had a lot of people in the whole group who saw what we were doing. They felt that we would in some way change their reality, and they felt kind of endangered. And they were kind of standing on the sidelines to see, okay, these guys, since in the beginning we got funding for 2 years, They wanted to wait us out and say, okay, these guys, they'll make some mistakes, they'll see that it can't work, and then we'll do business as usual. Well, the good thing is that it turned out that we're actually, first, either we're working really hard or we have good ideas, because in the last year we had, let's say, a lot of success, and we're very happy with how it's going. And just before Christmas, we got a good Christmas present where we got a second round of funding until 2017. So now everybody understood that this is not something that will pass. They have to actually realize that this is the new future. So as I talked about this changing world, I don't know if you're familiar with this picture. On the left is the Habemus Papam, so the papal elections in 2015. As you can see, not so many mobiles. As you can see, for the last papal elections, it's a completely different picture. So, as I said before, with the number of people going to branches and the number of people using mobile, it's just metrics. You don't have to be that smart to see what's going on. And kind of the story we had, the whole idea about B1 and this startup that we have, kind of we considered it a startup in a different kind of way. Our founder, Christian Berger, he was really, this was kind of his lifelong goal. He really, as he told me 2 days ago, he's doing the job of his life and he's doing his dream job. And he came with this whole concept how he wanted this incubator and this startup lab to work. And between starting it, so a few months before founding, he also went to a very interesting place in Barcelona, Spain, called one of the largest banking groups in Europe called La Caixa, which are in a completely different league as far as banks and innovation. So they set up a special innovation unit, or also a separate company called La Caixa, still around 12 years ago. And they were doing crazy stuff. In the 1990s, they were doing mobile apps, doing a lot of crazy stuff that nobody was using, or nobody thought people would be using. And at the moment Chris went there, he spent 4 months with them to see how it actually worked in a real environment. So when he came there, he said, I felt like this really small guy compared to this giant, so David and Goliath, because they had 40 different apps that they had launched up to then, so 4-0, and Erste Group and everybody else either had 0 or they were just tinkering around with 1. And we got a lot of interesting stuff from them. We saw how it all worked in a real environment. We got some guys from La Caixa who actually moved to us, so we have, as you see later, a very interesting mix of people. But this that was where he realized really, it's not, you don't have to feel bad, there's a huge experience, okay? And just quickly, so the bank, usually, they tried to do these mobile apps and they did it very well, they thought it was great, but it wasn't really the best. So the reality was that everybody in other markets were doing much better than what banks were. And there are other markets, as we see, so the competition is coming from all sides, it's not just coming from different banks. I don't see other banks as competition at all, because they're still fighting with a lot of the demons that we've gone through now. So at the beginning we said mobile first. That's what the statistics show us. 5.1 billion people have mobile phones, only 4.2 have toothbrushes, so a lot of interesting statistics. I'm not sure about the answering phones in toilets. The sex part, I wouldn't say. But the thing is that just look at how people have changed their lives. And from every other industry you expect it to follow, but for your bank it's kind of, you don't expect anything and you just settle for worse. So that's kind of the status quo that was always up to now. Nobody from the customer side expected anything from the bank, so the bank didn't do anything. We said, okay, we have these kind of fundamentals. How do we need to set this all up for it to work in a real successful way? So one was the outdated IT architecture. We had to work on a lot of the infrastructure stuff. This was 6 months, I think, we spent working on just changing everything in the background so that what we do could actually be implemented. And the problem was that we found ourselves in a bit of a problem, because if you do this for a year and don't show any results, people say you're not doing anything. So we had to do both parallel. So we kind of did this changing the wheel of the car while you're driving it. But we see the light at the end of the tunnel. Second is tracking. I mean, normal things for other industries: tracking your users, tracking data, looking at metrics. Design thinking. So actually, not just interface design, thinking about processes, thinking about kind of the whole experience for end to end. language, I think everybody can, when you read something that your bank has put in interfaces or in just the communication they send you, it's like it's written by some Klingon. It's non-understandable. And there's no reason, it's just that's the way it should be, even though you can communicate it in a completely normal way. And the last thing was financial literacy. So as I said, we're not an agency and we're not here to help the bank make more money. We have a completely different view on what we're doing. And we actually have a very interesting situation where at the beginning we came to one of the CEOs and said, are you sure you want us to do what we do? Do you give us kind of the freedom to actually do what we were set out to? Because if we do our job well, the bank will probably lose money. Because the bank makes money from when you make mistakes. And the less you know, it's better for them. And we said this is not our approach, this is not what we're doing, and we will actually, our aim is to help you understand your finances and your money, alert you when there's something going wrong, and make you more financially literate. And we said this very clearly because we didn't want any mistakes later saying, hey, you caused problems on our spreadsheets, and we got an answer, yes, this is understood, and we're going to go in that direction. So, as I said, our point is not, we don't look at how can we help the bank do what it's doing up to now. We're completely, our view is, we're only focusing on clients, and we're trying to build what would we like a bank to look like if we were doing it from scratch now, from a customer point of view. And just to see, so in the background, that's not a person behind the plants there. We have these personas, which one of our colleagues built, and he wanted to have them in real life size, and we actually have them around the office. Kind of to always be able to remember, okay, this is Wolfgang, he's this old, he has this many children, this is what he does. So we have a kind of sense of who are the people we're working for. Just by the way, this was really interesting. When he ordered them, he was in the office, we got 6 people, or carton people, delivered, and then we had a lot of fun hiding them in the bathrooms, male guys in the women's bathrooms and so on. So it was an interesting time. So I'm gonna just switch to, from why we're doing what we're doing to what we're doing. There's around 30 of us, a really big, different mixture of a lot of different people. We have people from a lot of different countries. As I said, from La Casa, we have one of my colleagues from Catalonia, me from Croatia who came. We have a lot of different profiles of people, a lot of different people from different industries. And I really love the mix that we have because we have a lot of people from the gaming industry, from startups, from different design backgrounds. And when we discuss things, it's a complete chaos, but we find a very interesting way of communicating in the end. And the wonderful thing is that when you work in banks, you have a lot of this is the way it should be because that's the way it always is. Or if I want to get this done, I know that I have to give up this and this part because there's too much of a problem to implement it. And when you talk with everybody who's come from a different background, they don't see this. It's just, why would we do it that way? It's not logical. So we have a very interesting team. It's around 30 people. As I said, 22 people are full-time, 8 freelancers, and we work a lot with freelancers from a lot of places. They have kind of this common space where a lot of people come and go from different areas. And kind of this culture that we're trying to build is something that's completely different from the bank. So one of the things that we have is shooting sessions. So we're a startup, when I said at the beginning, kind of in a different way, where we have these pitches, we have our ideas, pitches, sales, everything, basically on a monthly basis. So we have a common breakfast on Tuesdays. Every Tuesday we sit, we eat, and if somebody has an idea, he goes to a shooting session. So the shooting session is basically, I have something that I've thought about, I think it's well done, and I come and I have 10 slides, 10 minutes, and I have to make everybody else convinced that this is worthwhile. So this is our first stage, how we eliminate the first ideas. And at one point we actually had to think about changing the name of the shooting sessions because it really became brutal, so people understood shoot to kill. But the whole idea is that instead of waiting for months to go through this whole process and finding out at the end that you don't have a great idea or it's not working, 10 minutes, any possible problem that you could find, we'll find, believe me. And we actually had a phenomenon of shooting session tourists, people coming from different places asking, can they come just sit on the sidelines to see how this looks? For us it was normal, but for other people it was a complete revolution because this is not the way they expect somebody that's working with a bank should work. So we have different phases. So first is a shooting session. If you survive, you get a green light, we go into prototyping. We always do prototypes. We don't just decide and go into the market. Test it, see how users are using it, come back. and then the decision. And how we did this kind of quicker time to decision was that we actually had all the top management, everybody from the really high up guys, so not just some delegates. Every 2 weeks, sitting with us is something we call the hub board. The hub board is set up of everybody who is needed to actually bring a solution to the market. So marketing, IT, everybody who is top management. We come, propose, we show the prototype, this is what we've done, this is the results, we need this much money, are we doing it? Yes, and that's it. There's no more, I have to go talk with my board member, I have to do that. We said, you have every second week, decisions, and that's what we do. Basically everybody knows then, we've decided this is what I need to do for my part and we have to get it done. And that's the only way, and basically we could do this because we have support from the top. So, this is kind of who we're fighting against. Some of them we love, some of them not. But we understand them. Just yesterday, Chris, our CEO, said a really interesting thing, said, we hate the bank, but we love changing it. So that's basically what we're trying to do. You can imagine the discussions we have with legal and IT security. You don't want to be in that room. But that's what we do. We want to change it because everybody is coming and says, okay, we can't do it, fine. We can do everything. If it's not possible, we'll find the best alternative at the end. And at the end, we have a lot of fun. So I know from my experiences when I worked at the bank before, people think you work a lot and so on. You have no idea how much we work, but we have a lot of fun at the end. So much later hours, much more work. I leave things to do on the weekend, but it makes me happy. And the people that we have in the office, I mean, this came out of one of the guys bought this Angry Bird, and then a whole, I think it's been lasting now for 3 weeks. Everybody keeps stealing it every day, and we find it taking indecent photos and scanning itself on the photocopier and so on. So, kind of just to come back to the part, what do we actually do? So this is all why we're doing it, how we're doing it, what do we do? First, we set out to kind of solve the basic problems, and I don't think that we have to be such geniuses. We're all smart guys, but the problems that we have, they're so obvious that you don't have to be a genius. So first, start with a problem that you have. So everybody of us really has a million problems with the bank. I can do a whole list. And we said we want to start with something that we hate. Second, do it simple. So what we always do is kind of what you have in the marches for startups, build a minimum viable product. Don't build 5 million functionalities, build the 3 functionalities or 2 or 1, and then launch it, and then improve. And always, I remember one of the most common things I used to hear at the bank was, oh, the user, no, you're just using the app wrong. There's not a problem with the app, you're just using it wrong. Okay? And second, increase user engagement. So first, increase it in the way when we're building all this stuff, ask them, get them involved and so on, but also make them want to use the app. Make them, if they're not using it, then the function either isn't necessary or it's bad. So, as I said, personas, we have the real carton life-size people. We also have a lot of different people with us, so we're all personas and we all see how we would use these different services. We're agile. The bank used to have 2 release cycles per year. So everything you did, you had 2 gateways to go out in the market. We work in Scrum and Kanban, 2-week sprints, and basically we have kind of this idea that we want to have new functions and new apps and new improvements in the market every 2 months. And metrics. This was also kind of, you expect from these large corporations to have a lot of sophisticated systems and track everything and have people taking care of everything. There's no data. You can't get a lot of data on anything. I asked people, I asked recently, what do the customers of your internet banking use the most? We don't know. Which function do they use? I don't know. Partly, and the excuse is not, oh, first, it's one that they don't think about it. Second is, IT security won't let us use Google Analytics, so we don't use anything. Again, it's not a good excuse. So just quickly to give you 2 examples of what we actually did. In Austria, we took one statistics, 98% of people in Austria don't log into their internet banking to do any transactions. All they do is they want to see, do I have money? How much money do I have I got my last payment? And we built an app called Quick Check, which said we want to be able to quickly check your account. The whole logic behind the app was, as I said, 98% of people just log in to take a look at what they do. And it's a read-only app. You have no need for this kind of, the security portion, and the problem is where you have transactions going out. And we said, okay, we'll just take that out of the app. We have a read-only app. Very simple, take a look and see, do I have, what is my balance in my accounts, what are the transactions, and set up watchdogs, so alert me and notify me when something is triggered. And the key thing was, it has to be easy. We want to be able to open the app without having to go look for a token, card, whatever. And that was the kind of the mantra. We built an app, which you can imagine the problems we had, but we managed to build an app where basically you, as a customer, select the level of security you want. Do you want to have full username and password? Do you want to have, or we introduced at the beginning easy access. This easy access was a revolution because you could select, hey, I want to be able to press the icon on my phone and have it open the app. If somebody else sees how much money I have, I'm the one, so I've accepted it and it's my decision. This was fantastic. I think we have 70% of people using this. So that's just what people want. They want to be able to see how much money they have and kind of this constant improvement. So after that, in the meantime, people said, well, I want to have something in between. I don't want to actually have to use a password, but I don't want people to see it right away. So we introduced the gesture. Second, people said, okay, I want to just do the basic use case. I need to pay money to somebody else, and I don't know their account. How can I do it easily? So we introduced kind of this just QR code which generates your account, or you can send it to email. And we're always doing improvements and seeing what people feedback give us. And so right now we've done 3 improvements in the app, which was launched last June. And an example from Croatia, what we did. So this was launched, I think, around a month ago. My app, I'm very happy about it. This was one of the first things that when I came to B1, I said, in Croatia, there's a big problem. It's not a problem for Austria because there's no queues. They don't have that kind of situation. But in Croatia, when you go to a bank, it's just synonymous. Banks are somewhere you wait in line. Full stop. And nobody even thought about, well, should we improve this? Should it be different? It's just the way it is. You always know it. It's kind of a joke that everybody says. And I said, okay, well, we have all this sophisticated systems. Why can't we do it better? And we built the queuing app, which basically says, tell me what is the waiting time in the last 30 minutes in some branch, and allow me to get my number remotely. So I'm at home, I can sit in coffee, get my number, and I get a notification saying, Mario, there's 6 people ahead of you, or there's 3 people ahead of you, you should come back, you should go towards the branch now. So really simple use case, and it's just something that nobody was thinking about. And now I heard recently that HOMZZER put out a tender for also a similar queuing app for the MOOC and so on. So finally we'll get that solved. I put a small portion of that to our app. So that's the short story. That's who we are and what we do. We have a lot of stuff that we're doing still, but this is just a small showcase, and basically that's the situation. How we have this startup, which we're trying to build inside a large corporation. If you have any questions or anything, just stop me later, or as I said, feed my mailbox, so we'll be in touch.
Ladies and gentlemen, as I stand here, I look out and I see many people on their mobile phones, and I imagine that some of you are tweeting. Can I ask you a question? How many of you are actually on Twitter? Who's actually on Twitter but inactive? Yeah, okay. Okay, so basically hashtag Voogle2014. Okay, that's the deal. Hashtag Voogle2014. That's the hashtag for today's conference. Everything that we do here, the speakers, the presentations, the B2B meetings, everything incorporated in today's day will be hopefully transmitted through that hashtag Voogle2014 on Twitter. Also, you can relive the conference, you can relive everything that's happened today later on when we finally put on the film of everything that happens today, and also naturally the photographs as well. I think it's time for our next keynote speaker. So, Next keynote speaker is an innovation expert, entrepreneur, and funder of several startups and initiatives, mainly in the field of crowdsourcing and crowdfunding. He's a founder of and CEO of ISN, Innovation Service Network, Austria's leading innovation company. In 2008, he started Austria's first crowdsourcing platform, Neuration.net, and in 2012, he established the first crowd investing platform in Austria. He's also a founding member of the European Crowdfunding Network. Ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together for Dr. Reinhard Willfort.
Dobar dan, good morning. It's a pleasure to be here and talk about a new topic, a topic which is in the focus in Austria at the moment. And I'm not a banker, but I'm working on a new bank, we could say, with the topic of crowdfunding. And we'll give you an overview what I will be talking about. My speech, which should be finished already. Yeah, so that's I think not so good thing. I will talk about what is our background in innovation management. I'm doing that since 12 years. It makes fun, makes a lot of creativity, and at the end of the day, product innovations or services. And I will also talk about what is the power of the crowd. Why does it work? Crowdsourcing, crowdfunding, new topics, to work with large communities on this topic, and what is the power behind that? And also what comes next in these topics. I was a researcher at the University of Technology in Graz since 2001. And when I started my own company, the Innovation Service Network, with, I would say the first topic was service design or services for project management, on product innovation management and so on. And after that we saw company need more innovation but have less time. Yeah. So the schedules are full with appointments and something else, and so we came up with technology 2005, and we started to programming crowdsourcing and crowd technology, and that was a good thing for us because at the moment it's really in the focus of our company. Yeah. We need it for bringing people together which can be creative without meeting locally on a place. We also do a lot of research, and we have Innovation Academy at the Danube University in Austria, where you can study in 4 semesters innovation management. I think it's also a topic which will be needed in larger companies in the next time, and there are a lot of people already in larger companies which have innovation manager at the business card. Yeah. So I think that's the next step, that we need this discipline also in companies more than ever. And a new topic for us is the financing part. Why is it interesting for us? Because our customers have a large problem at the moment, especially startups. Yeah, we will get money from a bank in the very first space, or in the first step, where the risk is very high. You only have prototypes, a lot of ideas, as the colleague said, and also maybe prototypes. And the bank says, okay, you have a nice business plan, but I cannot give you money on that. Yeah? You have to bring maybe some money first to the bank, and when I will give you some back. Yeah? But that's not the deal which we want to have. So I had the idea to come up with something like Kickstarter, but not working in the same direction. So we want to also integrate the customer as a shareholder. Yeah? So and that was the next step of development, because the American platforms, which are working very well, do not have a level where you get also a share on the company, and I think that's quite a nice thing if you can also realize that. Yeah? So that is what we do, and I will talk about the experiences we have in the back. Does anybody of you have experience in crowdfunding? Yeah? Did you support a project already? Oh, good. Has anybody started an own project on crowdfunding? Not yet. Is somebody planning a project on that? Oh yes, some of you. Okay. Okay. So we have 2 platforms. One of these is the Norwegian.net with, in Austria, 8,000 people, creative communities, which we challenge with different problems and we give us back ideas. And on the other side, we have 1,200 people who like to invest in startups and also in crazy ideas. And that's called 1,000 cross 1,000 in Austria. So the financing is a quite new part for us. We working in ideation phases, doing workshops, producing new ideas like this for a traditional woodworker, which is called Zirbenliebe. Also what we do, I had the idea 5 years ago to come up with a new business style, which I already wear today, not only to wear ties and shirts and to come up with something new. So I think creativity makes fun, but at the end of the day it's the problem that you need money. This is also an event which we moderate in Austria. It's the Innovation Congress in Villach. Last year we had 1,200 people on that. And what we did with 80 people innovation camp. 12 teams, 12 different challenges, and we had 15 hours to come from the idea to a prototype. Yeah, and a lot of moderation and a lot of creativity things happened at it. But it makes fun. Yeah. So that's the background. The problem is we do not have something like innovation culture in Austria, and especially not the investment culture. So a lot of people say that will never work. We need a culture of innovation. We have to change our mind. And I think that happens already, because the logic which you can see here, the industrial logic on maybe working in environments that you will, at the end of the day, earn a lot of money. I think that's not the overall goal of people. In the creative environments, people think about this one. Yes, you should have a lot of experiences and know-how which you can bring in new ideas, in own ideas, success, self-realization and fun. That's a real big thing, I think, which we see. And you can be also a part of different communities with, at any time with our mobile phones and different social networks. I think that's a great driver for creativity. And you can also bring in that in environments where you can come up with ideas and maybe have an own startup. And money is necessary, of course, but it's not on the topic, on the main topic, or on the bottom line. Yeah? So I think what you need is also to come to personal meetings and bring in this creativity into companies or in startup environments. So what we see, that is a special view on a company, which maybe could also be a larger company. You have the one side, you have a hierarchy. That is the one, I would say, operation system of a company. I think anybody of you knows that. That's made for stability, for realization, making euros or kronas. And on the other side, if you bring that in a 90-degree in the next phase, you will see a network. And a network is a perfect form of organization for crowdsourcing, making ideas, being creative, making instability also in a network, and making new ideas in that. And I think that's also a big driver for crowdsourcing, for internal innovation processes, or you can do it in the internet, because on the internet the network is the only operating system you have, the form of organization. So how does it work? Not like this. Yeah, a lot of companies have this. You have a box where you can bring in maybe a paper and say, that's my great idea. But the problem is, you get no feedback. So at the end of the day, it's a problem. Yeah? So new experiences on that work like this, that you have you and individuals in the middle, and you have teams which can work very closely together. You can share your experiences, you do crowdsourcing internal, and you do use technology on that. So I think that's a great thing which you can use. So the crowd is a resource you can use for making ideas and innovations. So crowdsourcing is the overall topic which you can see, and we are talking crowdsourcing almost about crowd creativity. How can you bring in ideas? But the new thing is the resource is not only ideas. You can also make money and collect money over larger communities, and that's the way to crowdfunding. Yeah, and I think it started 2008 with with Kickstarter, Indiegogo in America. In 2011 it started also in Germany and other northern countries, and now all over the world we have about 800 crowdfunding platforms in different areas. And I think that will also change at the end of the day the global financing system, but I think it's not, we are on the beginning, yeah, the very first beginning. The driver behind is a process where we bring people together, like in this process for crowd creativity, and we use software on that, which we can use also for crowdsourcing and for crowdfunding. So we bring people together, working on ideas, also in larger companies like AVL in Austria, which is an engineering company. And so the way to crowdfunding is, and it's also a big thing, crowdfunding has also the fun in between, yeah, like word. And I think we see a lot of people who don't want to make money with their investment. There are a lot of people who want to invest in your startup, in your idea, to have fun and to see what happens in the first phase, and I can be a part of the development process, and maybe at the end of the day we have a new Google or a new Facebook or something else, and I think that's a real also driver behind crowdfunding. What we did very first, because in Austria I was the first one who was thinking about crowdfunding, and of course there was no knowledge in Austria. I went to other countries and we came up with the European crowdfunding network and also with some frameworks. One of that is a framework for European crowdfunding with different possibilities how you can do that. And you see that 4 different types of crowdfunding, because crowdfunding is not crowdfunding in the same direction. You can do it with donations, you'll give out money and you see what happens, but you will not get money back or something else. Yeah, that's the first thing which you can do in crowdfunding. Second one is reward-based crowdfunding. I think you know that American platforms, Kickstarter, Indiegogo and so on, where you can give money to the startup or to the ideas, and maybe you will get back a first prototype, an app, or something else, or but you will not get money back. Yeah. So that's a second art of crowdfunding. The third one is lending, which means you have microcredits. Yeah? A private person gives money to another person and gets back some additional money, but you do not have a bank in between. Yeah? I think that's a new thing. So we use in the information technology to bring people together who can help us making new things and also make startups. And what we do at our platform is equity-based crowdfunding, which is also called crowd investing. So we have developed a model for the also based on the Austrian laws, and it works also in Germany, where you can bring shares to a lot of different people, starting with 100 euros. Yeah. At the moment in Austria, in this way we can collect 250,000 euros, which is normally enough for, I would say, 12-month window where you can start with a company, making a prototype, making first experiences. And the second driver behind that, and I think that's the real great thing in crowdfunding, is that you have a community which brings your product and your service to the market with emotion, yeah, with also the feeling I'm a part of the startup and a part of that activity. And I think that's the real second driver of crowdfunding, and I think that's a good thing. Yeah. One example from America, maybe already some of you have seen that. It was the idea to come up with a new hardware device, mobile environment, yeah, mobile hardware, and it should be so strong. It's called Ubuntu-J, also based on Ubuntu software operating system, and it should be so strong that you do not need anything else. Yeah? No notebook, something else. You bring that to your office, connect the screen, and that's it. Yeah? And on the other side, you take it around with you, and that's a strong hardware device. The goal was 32 million euros to collect from people over crowdfunding. Result was it failed. Yeah. But it was, on the other side, a nice experience, I would say, showing how can crowdfunding work very dynamically We brought together in the first hour $135,000, and after 45 hours we had $4 million of dollars. Yeah. It stopped, I think, about $12 million of dollars, and when 30 days were over, and so it was not successful. But at the end of the day, one of the things you get back as an investor or as a funder was the hardware device itself. Yeah? So one of the deals were that if you invest $590, 1 year later, when the product is realized, you will get back that hardware device. And about 6,000 people did that there. And I think that is a real crazy thing, because you get a lot of feedback. People want that device. Yeah? And I think that's also, at the end of the day, one special effect which you can also produce with crowdfunding. You can reduce the risk of innovation. Yeah? The risk that it will not happen can be reduced, because if 6,000 people say, I want to have that hardware gadget, I want to have that, I think you should do that. And I think that the company will do it, of course, not with the money which we got from crowdfunding, because it was not enough, but I think it will be realized. That is our platform in Austria. We collect data at the starting page. We have about 9 million potentially risk capital on the platform, with about 1,200 investors at the moment. And at the moment we have our own platform also as a project which we want to fund, because we are at the very first beginning. We have some successful projects funded in Austria, and the next step will be we want to increase that and bring it in a rollout position, also to bring it to different areas in Austria. And also the idea is to come to Slovenia, Croatia, maybe also making national platforms in different other countries. So that's the next step which we want to do. And what we want to support is this phase of maybe the first impact in the system is made by you with your money, but after 12 months the money is maybe not enough to come to the next step. And when you need additional money for prototyping, of also bringing the product to the market, and what we can do, we can bring people together, bring in some money. And in Austria, because we are limited with 250,000 euros at the moment with of different laws, we can do that only in one times in 12 months. But you can do that also second times. Yeah? So it's possible after maybe 24 months you can also have a second crowdfunding phase. And so I think that could work also for larger environments, and also you come up with a new, I would say, ecosystem for innovation and for startups. So the first time you make crowdsourcing, bringing ideas, build also teams, maybe bring people together which would not meet personally if you wouldn't have the technology behind. In the second phase you get money on that, and you can realize something like crowd business, I would say, and you can realize your startup. What's the difference? The big difference between crowd creativity is a like button is easily to put, yeah, and to have to press this button. But on the other side, to press a button which is 1,000 euros, yeah, that's not so easily, yeah, because you will have to also have the feeling that will work. You have maybe in our platform you also can see business plans, of course, that you can see, okay, that could work. Yeah, we do not know that, but we can do a lot of communication together to make that idea happen and make it work. So on the way to crowd business, I see different aspects which are interesting in crowd creativity. You get early feedback to your idea, which is very helpful, yeah, because you do not know maybe if that will work. Yeah, but if you give a personal environment where you can give feedback, it's good. Work with personas or different other also methodology in the background. But if you get feedback from 1,000 people and say, okay, that's a good idea, I like that, I press the like button, that is, I think, makes sense for you and makes it easier for you to go in the next step. Also, maybe to find partners, because I never saw people with a personal profile who can do anything in a company. Yeah? So you have maybe to have a good team with two different personal profiles. The one is the experienced I would say, technology expert, and on the other side, you need somebody who says, okay, we also have to go to the market and to find the first customer very early, because we have to get that money back. Yeah. So I think a successful team, most of the times, is a combination of two different profiles or more. Yeah. And I think there's also a possibility to find it in crowd creativity processes. And the next step will be crowd investing. How can I raise money very easily and not going to banks and say, bank, no, you are not a good customer for us because you do not bring in money first, or you have not the resources in the background, so I do not trust you with your idea. So I think crowdfunding can solve that problem. You bring people together who have money, and in Austria, I know the figures in the background, we have about 490 billion euros on the banking accounts. And I think that's quite enough to do a lot of startups, but we have to mobilize that and bring it together. So I think crowd investing or crowdfunding can solve that. And also the second thing which I say, you can bring that and push the idea to the market with the people who invest in your idea. Because you have 100 people who puts 1,000 euro in your project, you have, and this 100 people have also 100 friends on the social networks. You have 10,000 people who communicate your idea to the market. And I think that's a great thing in crowdfunding also. And at the end of the day, what we also see, if we do crowdfunding or crowdsourcing, we have almost also the effect that we have a business model innovation. That is not the customer and the company. The customer is maybe also the next part of a new service in your company, or his role is changing or something else. So business model innovation is the next step, what we see if you use all of this stuff and technologies. So I see also a new formula for entrepreneurship. You bring together ideas with capital very easily, and the social media is the big driver behind, because it makes it dynamically, it makes it fast, it makes it easy going for anybody who can use the technology. So at the end of the day, the future of innovation, which I see in the next years, I think a lot of companies have already a crowd which helps give feedback to new products and services, also bring in money in the next step. So that's one of the part, but you also should taking into account that you maybe have also an internal crowd, which can help you to bring in ideas in your innovation projects. If you're working in a larger company, of course, for startups that is an easy thing. And the other aspect should be that you also think about trend scouting and research, and at the end of the day you have an innovation process which brings in a lot of experiences, a lot of ideas, collecting different moods and also experiences in one innovation process. So that's my input for you. Maybe we have also some meetings in the evening on the business levels, which we organized here. And if you have some questions, please come up with your experience on that. Thank you very much.
Okay, so moving on to our third keynote speaker this morning. So she is a senior account manager with Brokula&Ž advertising agency with over 7 years experience in marketing and advertising. She's been able to gain valuable insight from both the client side and agency side and getting the best of both worlds. So in 2002 she played a key role in launching a new brand, a line of clothing named Brokula&Ž, created from organic raw materials. Ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together for Ms. Svjetlana Vukić.
Hi. Best from both worlds is more like double agent, working on the client and agency side. Yes, a little bit more about Brokula&Ž, just to get to know you better with actually our core business, which is not doing and creating startups, as our core business is actually being an advertising agency. We are a communication group that solves business and communication challenges with our clients in order to make their bonds with their brands and consumers more strong. We are ranked the second most efficient independent agency globally in 2012 according to FE Index, which means that what we do is actually efficient in terms of money, KPIs and other results. Also, AdAge told us last year that we are actually Small Agency of the Year, which is very important for us since we are a Croatian agency. We don't have a network, a large network like other international agencies around the world. Why and how we can support our clients is basically through creating brand strategies, strategic planning, offline, online solutions for them, also doing for them retail concepts and PR events and BTL activities. Why? Because we have several agencies within our communication group, which are specialized agencies like Brand Doctor, specialized for brands, either by creating new brands from scratch or reinventing the existing ones, or then Brigada, which is our retail agency that actually designs retail concepts and designs successful spaces. Berlog, that's our digital agency, doing whatever digital agency is doing. Our branch offices in Baku, Azerbaijan, in Vienna, Austria, and Belgrade, Serbia are our full-service agencies working abroad, and our Brokula&Ž, which is actually the topic of my keynote today. We are a team of 80 employees working in 4 countries in international environment, extensively using all kinds of apps and Doodles, Viber, Skype, etc., whatever makes our business go more smoothly. We have experienced a lot of industries, but never as actually being a client, on the client side. We did campaigns and we did all kinds of business solutions for our clients within different types of industries like food, beverage, automobile, tobacco, telecommunication, etc. But with Brokula&Ž we started something we never did before. It was quite an experience for us, and I hope you will like it as well. This is organically grown cotton. I mean, it's actually the collection of clothes and underwear made out of organically grown cotton and other fabrics. And it's also organically grown business since we started it up and funded it and did everything together. I will show you now a brief video just to get to know you better with the brand. I think that this is not loud enough. Can we do something about it? Is it okay?
Uostalom, bitno uvijek dolazi iznutra. kombinaciji s promodalom i malo elastanom. Ili poput spoznaje da nosite odjeću u čijoj proizvodnji nisu korišteni nikakvi štetni pesticidi i koja je upakirana u ambalažu od recikliranog papira s ekobojama i bez ljepila. A sad, intermezzo. Brokula&Ž kolekciju šivaju iskusne radnice u tvornici u Svetom Križu, Začretje. A prvi put je predstavljena javnosti na Brokulinom domaćem terenu na tržnici Dolac. To je podjednako razveselilo i one starije i one mlađe. Opet intermezzo. Treba spomenuti još par bitnih stvari koje kod Brokula&Ž odjeće dolaze iznutra. Trajnost i udobnost. Trajnost smo testirali da ne morate vi. A udobnost ćete se morati uvjeriti sami. To možete najbolje napraviti u našem Brokula&Ž dućanu gdje mladi ljudi rado dolaze pitati stvari. Intermezzo, jer ga dugo nije bilo. Brokula je htio uz minimalnu investiciju prodati barem 5000 artikala u prva 3 mjeseca nakon lanciranja. A što je bilo svejedno dokle god je njegova slika na majicama. Prodali su puno više, a pritom su ostvarili medijske objave vrijedne gotovo 2 milijuna kuna. Ako vas zanima kako, pitajte ih na Brokula&Ž Facebook stranici. A prije kraja, još jedan intermezzo.
Okay, I think that now you have a little bit more clear picture about what Brokula&Ž is. Why is it so specific for us, that project, is that because what we do, we actually more provide services. We can design things, we write things, we came up with ideas, but we never did something like that. We never went into producing things. And this is why this whole project was a very big experience for us, and we had all our ups and downs and going back and forth, 3 steps forward, 2 steps back for a couple of years in a row. I intended to make this presentation more like a case study for everybody who is trying to start their own business, to see that things are not easy, even though in the end you will see how many people actually worked on this project. So Brokula&Ž is a clothing and underwear brand made from organically grown fabrics with hidden messages on the inside. So you can only see them and the person who is undressing you. So you have a natural and very comfortable fabric on the outside and inspirational thoughts on the inside. How we got there is that we produce every piece of clothes out of only 2 types of fabrics, 96% organic cotton and a mixture of 48% organic cotton and 48% promodal, which is also organically grown fabric made out of tree. Doing this project, we found out that 25% of all pesticides which are used in the process of cotton growing and cultivation are actually used for the cotton growing. So out of everything that is produced in the world, out of all the amount of pesticides, 25% is used just for cotton, so which is a very huge amount. And 5 out of 9 of these substances are most commonly used in the process of cotton spraying. They are very health hazardous and they are not environmentally friendly. That's why we launched Brokula&Ž, because we thought that we can do something that can be environmentally friendly and that can also be successfully business-wise. We also believe that Croatia has that positive can-do attitude, and we do believe in Croatian manufacturing. As a Croatia and the Croatian industry, we had a tradition of textile industry, which is now not so good these days, but we try to prove that new products and new businesses can be successful in the textile industry. And also because we do believe that our community can be successful. We don't need to import everything from abroad. And also because we really like nice things and we like to design them and we would like to produce them as well. That's our passion for fashion, whatever that is. And how we got there was pretty new for us, because Brokula&Ž is an advertising agency, but in this project we were a client to ourselves, we were an advertising agency to ourselves, we were even an event agency to ourselves. That event on Dolac Green Market was done totally by us. A production agency as well. We took the camera and took all the pictures took all the photos for PR and for the promotion campaign. The good thing was that we didn't have a deadline, and maybe that's the reason why the project lasted for like 2.5 years before anything came out. The other obstacle was actually that we had the budget of €0, 0 kuna. We only had a specific amount of money to buy the fabrics in bulk. So we could only buy and afford fabrics and to pay the factory to make the products, but we couldn't afford anything beside that. And now I will show you these like 5 easy steps. They look now easy, but they were not easy back in 2010, 2011 and 12. But 2014, you know, you can always be a general after the battle. Everything now looks so easy. We firstly started with the name and visual identity. In 2010, the whole agency went for a team building. And there we started to think about what can we do, what can we start to produce, etc. And we came to that idea of trying to launch a brand of clothes, of products, which are made out of organically grown cotton. But we didn't know actually what we would like to produce. We just knew that we would like to have our own brand of specific products, since we have proved ourselves in the service industry. And we also wanted to create a visual identity, because that's what we do, and it was kind of, let's start there, we know how to get things done in that area. And I'd like to show you now a couple of slides that have never been seen before, because all these things are sketches, are our brainstormings, are everything we did before Brokula&Ž actually came out the way they look now. So we were thinking of creating a brand called pamuk, which is Croatian word for cotton, to design things like with this worker, with whatever that is in his hands. Then we said, okay, that's not it, let's go back to basics, let's start drawing things back. And our designer did a couple of things from scratch, and this is the visual identity that is like 80–90% of what we have today. And this is in the end how the visual identity looked like. And as you can see, Brokula&Ž is actually inspired by the name of the agency, Brokula&Ž. Brokula is Brokula&Ž is the bird. Okay, and then all these steps, all these 5 steps, were actually going simultaneously. And at the same time, we were thinking about what are we going to actually manufacture in the end, what will be on the shelves in the end, what will be the product in the end. And since we knew that we're going to have a beautiful fabric, we had some samples and it really felt nice and it looked nice, beautiful colors. We were like, okay, let's have some shopping bags, more shopping bags, design, redesign. Oh great, perfect idea. Let's have some sheets, let's do some pillowcases. Oh, definitely curtains with inspiring quotes. Yeah, definitely, why not? Let's do whatever we can do. Okay, piece of furniture, why not? Sky is the limit. But the thing is that we decided to do clothes out of 2 practical reasons. First of all, because we had amount of money to buy the fabric, and with all these ideas, I think we would need like maybe $1 billion to buy that amount of fabric to produce every kind of bag and sleeping and pillowcases, etc. So we decided to produce shirts. Okay, shirts, definitely shirts. Now we know what we're gonna do, and let's do shirts. What kind of shirts? Beautiful shirts. Let's design them, not just the graphics, but also the shape. Make them colorful, make them extravagant. Do some sketches. Oh yeah, not just shirts. Why not some, I don't know, dresses for women? Yeah, why not? Okay, design, redesign, sketches, back and forth, and we were like, okay, I think we lost it. Because in the end, you know that you have like 10,000 ideas to produce beautiful clothes, and it would be really, really nice, but you have enough money just to produce one medium-sized blue shirt, 3 L-sized dresses, etc. So we said, okay, just let's focus. Let's do shirts first, and if everything turns out great, we can do whatever we want to do in the second stage. And this is still 2010, and we were all, oh yeah, great. By the end of 2010, we will launch it, and perfect. We launched it in September 2012. Okay, then we designed some shirts, beautiful graphic design. Yeah, why not graphic design? We're graphic designers, let's do that. That's what we do best. Okay, graphic design, cool, totally. Thousands of ideas, thousands of suggestions. But in the end, the thing was that, okay, we put everything in a spreadsheet and said, okay, we have this amount of money, we cannot do that in that scope. Let's narrow the things. We have enough money to buy 5 colors. We bought black, white, green, blue, and gray, and that's the only thing we could afford in the first place. So we said, okay, but not just maybe shirts, let's do some underwear as well. Okay, let's do some underwear. This is a perfect place where you can put inspiring quotes, etc. So we designed that as well. Okay, in the end, we ended up with, what is this, like 7 types of shirts and underwear in 5 different colors. So this is how our collection in the end looked like. Because along the way, we developed Brokula&Ž and their characters, their personalities, and we liked them. That's what you see in that, in their conversations, in that cartoons. And we decided actually to put them in the first collection on the front and the back, just to make branding more visible. And this is how the collection in the end looked like. Simultaneously, we did the packaging, of course. We knew that we would like to have packaging that looks nice and that it's made out of recycled materials. And also we knew that in the long run we will not be able to have campaigns like other fashion brands. That's why we knew that our packaging is the actually only promotional material our customers will get from us. We will never have enough money like, I don't know, Zara or H&M to produce beautifully catalogs and campaigns and billboards. Okay, maybe in 10 years, I don't know. So we designed and redesigned, going back and forth according to visual identity and the branding and those ideas of what we're going to produce, because we knew that we need to have a packaging that everything can fit in 2 or 3 sizes. So this is where you see that we designed a lot, and this is just bits of it. Okay, and also we knew that we need a shopping bag as well that we designed, and in the end this is how everything looked like. We only have 2 boxes, which are not boxes, which are more cups, because the whole idea was to have a packaging that can be reused later. So this is a cup where you get your pants or your shirt from. And you can reuse it. We use it in the agency, for example, as a pen holder, or kids use it as for Legos or small cars or small toys as a storage place. For example, the cap, we use it as a coffee coaster, but the thing is that it's made out of recycled paper. Printing colors are environmentally friendly, but what we like the most and what we worked on for like 2 or 3 months only is to make this cup, to assemble this cup without a drop of glue. So this is what it stands. It can endure quite some time on the shelf, and it's assembled without a single drop of glue. And the shopping bag is inspired by the grocery bag, also made out of recycled paper. At the same time, we started to work on our distribution channels. We knew that we could only budget one flagship store, which would be our own, and that in other places we will be one of the brands. For example, we are present in Jägermeister, not Jägermeister, but Jägerstar shops and Shubidoo. We are only one of those, one of brands there. Okay, and we started to work on the shelves, on displays, which will be used as a promotional displays, but also as a storage displays, because you cannot afford to have huge storage square meters in small shops in city centers, etc. You're not allowed to have that much. So we need to develop that as well. This is where our sister agency Brigada came in with their product designers and architects that help us create displays. And this is the only solution. And in the end, it looked like this because it was most efficient regarding square meters, regarding space, and it looked the best the way it could. At the same time, we started to looking for the perfect location in the Zagreb city center where we could open our flagship store. And in the end, we started rendering, we started doing all these mock-ups before we found the place. So let's say on this picture you can see a store of about 100 square meters, but in the end our store looked like this, only maybe a third of it. Brigada also helped us develop the concept of the store. The idea is to have a very nice place, small place when you can drop by, hang out. This is why in the end you will see we have very comfortable chairs, and on Saturdays all customers, all the people who drop by will be served a cup of soup or a juice, all organically handmade, etc. This is so this is not a place where you go and you say, okay, I need 3 pairs of undies and a shirt, and you leave. This is a place where you can hang out, when sometimes we bring in DJ and we play some music. I'm showing you this thing just to tell you that not to be worried. This is 3 days before the grand opening. All the invitation cards have already been disseminated, and everybody and the media knew that we're gonna launch the brand and have an event. And this is Saturday morning, and we had a grand opening on Tuesday. Chief architect is taking this photo, and I'm crying in the street because I'm thinking this is never gonna be done. Come on guys, this is still a construction site and nothing will look good in a matter of 2 or 3 days, and nothing can be done because invitation cards are out. But the thing is that somehow everything works out in the end. This is the day before the grand opening, so nothing's there. And this is the night before the grand opening. We've been working around the clock for the last 10 days regarding the campaign and the website. Yeah, just a small secret. The website was live like 10 minutes before the event. Everything got collapsed the night before. This is the night before the event. on this photo, and I will try to embarrass them now. This is, on the left is our chief architect Damian with a hammer, and on the right is Nebojša, our art director and illustrator, who designed everything around Brokula&Ž, and they are having scissors, hammer, nails, everything, and working around the clock to make the shop actually look good the morning after. So this is the morning after. It worked in the end, and I wasn't crying anymore. Since I was the project manager, it would be like, come on guys, please, you have to work this out. This is how the store looks like in the end. So from sketches of the collection and displays and the point of sale, when you see it live, yeah, makes your heart go. Yeah, there was a few photos. And then we decided at the mid of August, so everybody was on the coast, and we decided to have an event, and we decided to organize it in September in Green Market Dolac, because it is in the nearby of our flagship store. Our flagship store is in Teslina Street in Zagreb, which is like a 6-minute walk. And we sent out teaser invitation telling that Brkić, my bosses, would like to show everybody their own Brokula and their own Ž. And no, it was not the thing people thought in the first place. And we also needed to have a backup in case of rain. We would be in the closed part of the market. But everything was fine on that Tuesday morning, and we did a great press event on Dolac, and after that in Teslina, when everybody came there, started shopping and enjoying everything. And you can see on that mirror, it's a duct tape. So you know that everything was done in the last moment, so the glue behind the mirror didn't dry enough, so we had to duct tape it. Okay, everybody hang out there. So, facts and figures of definitely the most ambitious agency project in 2012, specifically because producing and startups are not our core business. That's what we do for our clients, and now we had that experience, what our clients are actually facing when they are trying to start up their own business. So it took us 700 days to launch the product, which is quite some time. Sometimes in the mid of 2011, we thought even maybe to give up and not to do anything about it. But now nobody would see all these beautiful design sketches. We had like 32 people in 6 companies involved. These 6 companies are actually our sister companies. But 32 people worked on this project during those 2 years, only to produce in the end, which will look very humble, 11 products. But it really took us that long because that was our first time experience. That was something we never did before. We opened one flagship store, and we were present at the very beginning at 22 other POS in 8 cities in Croatia, and this is what helped us, what you saw in that clip, which helped us to sell more than 5,000 units within 3 months. Distribution channel was very, very important to define before everything starts, in order to sell, and while we boosted PR activities and promotion, we could also sell products almost everywhere in Croatia. We were awarded for that project, which we very appreciated, because in 2013 we got a Green Innovation Award for the best startup of Croatian green economy, which was like, thank you guys, we really tried hard. And also the Dyline Package Design Awards, which are we very proud of, because that's what we managed to do with that cup, with that packaging thing, to assemble it without a drop of glue. And other lecturers before me also mentioned that we are supposed to have fun. Yeah, we did have a lot of fun doing on this project. We did have our ups and downs, but in the end, we decided to go with that no matter what, and to make the best out of it. And this is the last clip I will show you. If you have any questions or whatever, you can text me, or maybe we can discuss later. I think we're a little bit behind the schedule, right?
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, just before we go for the coffee break, can I quickly ask you, does anybody know who this may be? Does anybody know who this is? It is in fact your president, well, people from Croatia, it's your president, Ivo Josipovic. Now this is actually a 3D relief, 3D mapping of the president. He's actually got this in his office, on the wall. He sees this every day, and you can do the same. So if anybody would like to win one of these of themselves, it's very, very simple. During the lunch break at the reception here, foyer of the Croatian National Theatre, Vectra company will be there scanning your image. All you have to do is walk up to them, they will scan your image. So to win it, you have to be scanned. No scan, no win. Very, very simple indeed. Okay? We will now have a break of 15 minutes, not half an hour, 15 minutes, and then back here in the main hall for the second part of Voogle 2014. So our next speaker today is manager of the Centre for Sustainable Development and Integrated Sustainability at the Ivo Pilar Institute, and a highly regarded consultant at the Varazdin Technology Park on the Danube Pi project. Put your hands together for Mr. Dražen Šimleša.
Okay, thank you. Hello to everyone. I will speak briefly about how is to design sustainability, or as we heard before on a couple of occasions, how it is not always easy to design sustainability in the world that is not based on it, or that is not protected. Today, we are living in a world of plenty, thankfully to many discoveries, scientific research, economic innovation, investment, but also, of course, successful design. But on the other hand, we have 4 interconnected small crises that are part of the big one. We have a crisis of overproduction and underconsumption. We have a crisis of global social polarization, of global inequality. We have a crisis of state legitimacy, political authority, or as we say, democracy. And at the end, at the final result of those three crises, we have the crisis of sustainability. We can say that it is the crisis because of the structure, but it is also the crisis because of the bad design. Next to all those plentiness that I mentioned before. If you look in any kind of real scientific data, you will see that basically we are ruining the base that we are depending on it, and that is the wall around us. That is why the crisis of sustainability is just the result of how we design our political world, our social world, our economy world, etc. I'll just give you shortly two facts for that. One is the most famous, at least as I know, scientific research, Millennium Ecosystem Assessment, that for many years, more than 1,000 scientists from all over the world research the state of the world's most precious and most important ecosystems. But what is even more important, that they also research how this condition in those ecosystems affects on us, because that link we forgot. We often forgot. So, basic facts, if we are considered just natural science, state that we have, that they measure 24 ecosystem services. That is what our planet is giving us for free, and we take it very often for granted. We don't think about it, but it is happening, not every day, but every second, and we have much from it. That is why we develop on this stage that we are now. So from these 24 ecosystem services, they concluded that in already 15 of those 24 are in serious decline. So in the world, most important ecosystems, meaning rainforest, oceans, etc., from 24 services that we needed, that ecosystem providing us without asking, already 15 can't work that job anymore on the same level as it is, as we can consider normal or sustainable. But this table is even more important. That is this missing link that I mentioned before. Scientists question what is the consequences of this declining in ecosystem services and how it is affecting on us. So you can see that they marked different kind of ecosystem services and how they are affecting our security, our feelings of security, our basic materials of good life, our health, and our good relationship. Those all categories are important of our well-being. So if we don't have on good level these kind of categories, we will not feel happy. We will not consider that we have good quality living. And what is even more, they go even further and conclude that if we have places on our planet where ecosystems can function on a proper level and can provide services on sustainable level, in those places we will have declining of democracy and freedom. And for me it was interesting that basically it is a common sense, you know, if you think a little bit what is the condition with human rights, with democracy, with freedom of expression in the areas where ecosystems are deteriorating so much that they don't function anymore. You can see that people are not happy in those places. And as I said before, because of the word of plentiness, we are very often forgot on this our base of our speech. Second point, ecological footprint, meaning ecological footprint measure our impacts on world resources on planet Earth. And from the last report that is published in 2012, Living Planet Report, it states that level of our consumption, meaning on global level, is 50% greater than the biocapacity of planet, meaning that what planet in all its resources provided to us. That means that our planet is always behind us. You know, our planet can't catch us because we are so fast in consumption, we are so big in consumption, and we pretend that it can last forever. So our planet needs 1 year and 5 months to satisfy everything that we spend in what should last us for 1 year, you know. And I always think how it is funny that we are acting to our most precious resources the same way as we act in economy, you know. We are also taking more and more loans from our planet without questioning how we will return it, or without acting, or without, as maybe I should say, according to my presentation, without designing our living in a way that we will be able to return that loans. The question here is that, unfortunately, maybe for us, in natural ecosystems, it is not possible just put a few zeros in computer systems, you know, in electronics, and make a new loans, as we often do in economy. So, 2 questions. The most important one. Why we are designing our sustainability so badly, and maybe even more important, how to design sustainability in that kind of environment, in that kind of context. Here I will take a help from one of the most famous physics, environmental thinkers and scientist, Friedrich Capra. And he, for me, very cleverly states that it is because of the crisis of perception. That missing link that I mentioned to you, what is the condition in ecosystems and how it affects us, we don't see it. Or we pretend that we don't see it. And he, in his own researches, found 6 principles of every ecosystem, 6 principles of ecology, 6 principles of designing sustainability in the world. For him, it is the network, cycles, diversity, partnership, flows, meaning especially solar energy as a main part of flowing energy on our planet, and dynamic balance. Those 6 principles, according to him, is the important, because if we don't understand those principles, we will not understand how we are also part of that system, or how quality of that systems affects us. But even more, he called us to think how we can design our products, our communities, our own human habitats with knowledge or with appreciation of those 6 principles. So, because we have technological knowledge, we have economy power in many parts of the world to be really sustainable. So that is not a problem. What we are missing is this, not just crisis of perception, but I very often meet people that are very clever, that know where is the problem, but it doesn't end in their behavior. Because, as I said, it is not easy to be sustainable in unsustainable world, but sometimes we also have a crisis of values. That is why we can't cross that barriers. And if you read this famous Eurobarometer value of opinion, you will see that European Union citizens are very obsessed with climate change, depending on global level. So you will see that I think approximately 90% citizens are worried about climate change and think that it is the issue that we need to do something about it. If you scratch a little bit more, you will see that from those 90%, only 50% understand or has knowledge what is the meaning of climate change, what will affect more, when, on which scale. So people confuse everything. Ozone depletion layer with climate change, global warming with climate change. You know, we are actually quite confused. We are scared, but confused. In Croatian media, you have very often, now it ends with really some crazy situation that in Croatian media now, when during winter, the whole country is, you know, under snow and basically collapse. The guy who ran, news start. The Croatia is under collapse. Everywhere is snow. What about those climate change? You know how it is now. Apparently it is strange when during winter snow is falling, and now because scientists state that climate change is real now, snow shouldn't fall, anymore, ever. So, these 6 principles of ecosystems, according to Fritjof Capra, and I agree with him, is crucial to be able to design sustainable. Not just only our products, but also our local communities, our economies, and maybe even whole societies. Without that, according to him, because it is the way how a system that we are depending on it, how it's functioning, we will not be able to be sustainable. It is really a strong link between these 2 things. As you heard before, I work with the technological part on this project, Danube, and for me, eco-design is one practical tool for sustainability because it goes above pure energy efficiency. And in one of the definitions that we use in project states that eco-design is any form of design that minimizes environmentally destructive effects by integration with living processes. So basically it is the same what we heard before according to these 6 principles, and I always find very interesting how different people from different backgrounds came to the same conclusion. That is also maybe this part of this connectedness that sometimes we are not aware. So I will finish my presentations with one of the many quotes of famous baseball player Yogi Berra that I really like. Once he said that in theory there is no any difference between theory and practice, but in practice there is. So I wish that we have more and more practical examples of designing sustainability, as we heard before, because that is the only way to reach to satisfy these 6 principles upon which our ecosystems work. Thank you.
Okay, so again, it's great to have another international guest here in Varazdin today with us. And so the next guest is an internationally respected expert in project management and trainer in project management, and an expert in development and implementation of the trainers. Her experience covers such countries as Russia, Romania, Turkey, and of course Croatia, and she has thorough experience with working with leading RDI institutions, both as a trainer and as a consultant. So simply an entrepreneur bringing together people, ideas, and resources. Put your hands together for Ms. Paivi Korhonen.
Hello, dobar dan. Silence. Funnily enough, I have to reveal that this is my second time on this stage already. 2 years ago, in November, I was speaking here, same venue, same stage, when the Croatian Day of Creativity and Innovation took place here in Varazdin. So then I got 7 minutes. Now I was promised to have 15, which was reduced later on to 10. So I tried to be brief. It's not my first time in Croatia, and it's definitely not only the second time. I came to the country 2010 when I started working as an EU expert in one IPA project. It was a little bit so and so for me because I'm an entrepreneurial spirit, and that was a public sector office work. So my expectations didn't really meet the reality on that front. But on the other hand, a very unexpectedly great positive thing happened. I fell in love. I didn't fall in love with a man or anybody as a person here. My spouse is still in Finland, I hope, waiting for me to come back home. But I fell in love with Croatia, with the country and the people, and the huge potential you have in your people, and systems and instructions. I kind of then figured out that, look, this country is what they say, Croatia has talent. And I wanted to stay in the country and to start doing my business and to start seeing what is there in the field of European project management and EU funding. But by the time I found that it was very difficult to swim in the structure, as they say. So what I managed to do by that time was to start promoting Croatia in Finland. And that's why actually at the moment I have 3 colleagues from Finland. Stand up, please. They come from a regional development agency in Southeast region, very close to the Russian border, and one delegate comes from University of Applied Sciences in Kymenlaakso, also in the borderline region. So there, you know, it's good connection for you. They are very good in effective utilization of EU funds. So I'm on my way to get settled here. and perhaps even literally here, not in this building, but in this city. We'll see how it goes. My history, I have a very classic humanities background, and what I definitely didn't want to do in my life was to deal with any funding issues or any red tape bureaucracy. So I've been working with EU projects now for 20 years. So that's what happens sometimes. My cup of tea is to help people, to help institutions, to make them feel good, to see the benefits of EU funding, not to stick to that red tape bureaucracy thinking and say, oh, stress and constraint. By the way, how many of you are now involved in some EU-funded project? Raise your hand. I see the market now. How many of you are planning for new projects when the structural funds will be opening for you? Now I see the market even more clearly. I have some slides for you. This is my presentation, has actually the topic, Why Bad Project Happen to Good People. And it's a book I've been writing for 15 years. It's a never-ending book. But there are certain repetitive issues which I demonstrate to you now in brief through pictures. One is where bad things start happening when you mix EU funding with business as usual. Be careful here. Think of the benefits. You have to combine the assets of EU with your real life business structures, business thinking in terms of finances, but also to have a point, to have a thinking for how to have these happy faces, happy workman faces, not to cause any burden and stress, which can be easily avoided. Then in Finnish we have a proverb saying, ei kannettu vesi kaivossa pysy, which means you cannot maintain a well by throwing water on it. It means we are talking about sustainability. When there is thorough thinking, really demand and need, coming from the needs of your businesses, from your development needs, then you have a well. And by the way, here in Varazdin and in the region, you have a perfect well. You have a well-functioning infrastructure for innovations. That's excellent, because that is definitely needed. Otherwise, you just start running after money, and money is the most boring thing. You need to maintain, rebuild your well all the time, once a year. European Union is a sea full of fish. There are something like 427 different types of fish. You need to know about 1 or 2 of them. And you need to know what type of fisherman you are. Sometimes we start fishing for the biggest one, Horizon 2020 type of fish, because it's very famous and it tastes good. But actually we don't know what to do with that fish if we manage to get it on. So look for the money, what is closest to you. A friend of mine, a very successful business owner, business manager in the global business, always says to me that, look, Paivi, take the euro where that is closest to you, because otherwise the price of that euro is €2.20. You see what I mean? So find somebody who really knows the fishes. I know you can fish. You are sea people. Money is boring. But European money is not monopoly money. It's not play money. It's real money. It's European taxpayer money. Sometimes when projects swim in as fishes, EU projects, into organizations, it comes a different value type of money. It's not the same. It's not kuna. It's not the normal euro. It's only the European money, you see. But it's real money. And don't go wild when the structural funds open, like, now we have to do it. The programs will be there. We have the 5th framework program, 6, 7, now we have Horizon 2020, European Social Fund has existed, God knows, 65 years. Don't rush, don't panic. Take your time, sit down, find people, communicate, you are good on that. Don't think big, the first step. This is a Ceausescu palace in Bucharest. Sometimes we start building palace instead of a little cabin we would need on the countryside. Trust your knowledge and understanding of real need. When I worked in Brussels as an external expert assessing proposals, I always see that people are applying funding for these Ceausescu palaces. Maximum amount, maximum duration. Built on real needs, then it's good for you. You will be happy. Don't be too innovative. It is enough when you are innovative in your own context. This is a real love picture. So based on this, you never end up in a picture painted by Ilya Repin. You will have happy faces. Evaluation comes along with projects, so be prepared for that. Well, the project cycle demands very high-level skills, both on monitoring and evaluation, so make an investment on this. Be ready to sell your results. Don't sell your activities. Don't sell your budget lines. Don't sell the euro amount of your portfolio. Sell results. Look at the future. But you need somebody who knows the history. Young and old, experienced, unexperienced. Invite people. Talk to your neighbor. Shake hand. Say hi. Share. Mix. Communicate. And don't do anything that you wouldn't make your mommy proud. It means be honest, be hardworking, be proud. Thank you.
Okay, moving on now to our next set of presenters. So this is actually a panel that I'd like to invite up onto the stage. So first of all, we have a business coach, consultant, and sales mentor with more than 17 years of experience of entrepreneurial sales and marketing, founder of Marivium Success Academy in Zagreb, and creator of IPS sales systems specialized for entrepreneurs and their needs. He's also created several, here he comes, he's also created several education and training programs for sales, marketing and personal development, and the first online business academy. Put your hands together for Mr. Ivica Penić. Okay, joining Ivica today is someone who is actually one of Croatia's leading business consultants, director and owner of Ciceron Komunikacija, specializing in communication skills and sales training. In her 15-year career, she's delivered more than 700 training sessions for both national and international companies. She's the author of the business handbook, The Power of Persuasion, and from 2012, she has also entered the world of life and business coaching. Again, hands together for Mirela Španjol Marković. And finally, joining Ivica and Mirela on stage is, again, another entrepreneur and a consultant who, since 2001, has delivered development and business skills training to more than 390 different companies and no less than 500 different individuals. Again, lastly, hands together for Elvira Mlivić Budeš. Ivica will actually be the moderator of this session, so I hand over to you, Ivica.
Thank you very much. This was a very nice introduction. And a very nice, very long introduction, first time in my life. First of all, to say hi to all of you here, and to say that it will be 3 of us here on the stage, but later on we will have 5 more, our friends and our colleagues. And because of that, we will continue in Croatian, if this is okay with you. Okay. I will sit down a little bit. It's a better view from this light. I will start with also počet ću sa izrekom jednog poznatog poduzetnika. On kaže, Hrvatska je osuđena na uspjeh. Kad to objašnjava, on kaže da Hrvatska ima više resursa nego većina zemalja slične veličine i političkog položaja. Što je potrebno za uspjeh? Mi ćemo tu danas razgovarati o nekim osnovnim sastojcima formule za uspjeh i u nekim sastojcima, odnosno u nekim začinima koji su to potrebni. Ja smatram da su ti resursi prirodni koji su nam dati samo začini, a da je ono što je osnovno novac, vrijeme i znanje. Samo su danas moje kolegice, Mirela i Elvira, da se slažete sa tom postavkom.
Što si ono rekao, znanje, novac i... Vrijeme. Ok, dakle mi koji smo u biznisu već dugi niz godina i poduzetnici sami po sebi, znamo da jesu to resursi, međutim ima i drugih resursa koje trebamo koristiti. Ja jednostavno mislim da se nekada vrijeme za edukaciju ne može skratiti. Mi ćemo, naravno da tehnologija napreduje, naravno da u zadnjih 15 godina se promijenio način na koji se i poduzetnici i općenito menadžeri, mi radimo sa poslovnim svijetom, educiraju. Online edukacija je jedan od načina koji je inovativan i koji je svakako i Ivica ovdje stvorio. Jedan od takvih načina, ali ništa nikada neće moći zamijeniti direktni ljudski kontakt. Telekonferencije će biti i one postoje i one će se razvijati. Međutim, po nekakvom mom iskustvu i ovim poslom kojim se ja bavim, to je komunikacija, vi nekada, smisao edukacije nije samo prenošenje znanja, nego i prenošenje vještina. Znači, znanje možete prenijeti i online, ali vještine i taj ljudski kontakt, socijalni kontakt, to se ipak neće promijeniti. 600.000 godina, kažu psiholozi, da se ljudski mozak nije mijenjao. Način na koji funkcioniramo i usvajamo znanje. Znači, tehnologija ide sve prema bržemu, ona jest inovativna, ali znanje i način na koji mi percipiramo informacije nisu toliko inovativne. Prema tome, za mene je, ja ću govoriti o tome kako mislim da treba zadržati i stari način učenja, a to su radionice uživo 1 na 1 ili u grupnom radu. Evo, sad možda...
Vidi se da je Mirela stručnjak za komunikaciju. Elvira je vlasnik Filaksa učilišta za odrasle.
Tako je.
Kako to izgleda iz tvoje perspektive?
Ono što je posebno zanimljivo, dakle ja sam cijelo vrijeme sa malim i srednjim poduzetnicima i najviše sam radila sa takvim tvrtkama. Ono što vidim, dakle, je nedostatak određenih znanja koji se tiču poslovnog planiranja, ajmo reći osmišljavanja kvalitetnih strategija i mogućnosti diferenciranja, to je kreiranje konkurentske prednosti na tržištu, ali ono što vidim u današnje vrijeme, obzirom da je kriza i da su mnogi izazovi pred poduzetnicima, upravo te vještine nedostaju. A to je često pitanje osobnog razvoja, dakle da ljudi svaki dan vide motivaciju i da svaki dan se probude i spremno i rado krenu u taj biznis, posebno ako dođu problemi. Onda često mali poduzetnici traže pomoć i u edukaciji i nekim drugim stvarima i nekih konzultanata i slični ljudi i suradnika koji mogu pomoći, tek onda kad stvarno naiđu na probleme. Međutim, često onda već bude kasno. Dakle, ono što treba osvijestiti ljude, što trebaju zapravo imati određene vještine da primijete promjene prije nego što se one počnu ozbiljno događati. Kad se promjene počnu događati i kad već počne pad prodaje ili možda kad se izgube u potpunosti kupci ili možda neko tržište, onda je pomalo situacija već, već ste u panici, već je kasno i onda teško se ljudi iz toga izvlače. Dakle, ono što smatram da je najvažnije, da treba usvajati vještine i pratiti recimo ta i uspješne i neuspješne primjere, odnosno iskustva drugih. Iz toga treba jako puno učiti, dakle, promatrati druge i neke stvari onako gledati sa strane i uočiti uzročno-posljedične veze između uspjeha i neuspjeha.
Čini mi se da smo upravo definirali znanje kao osnovni ključ za uspjeh u poslovnom svijetu. Znanje i vještine. Hvala. Ako je to točno, ako to znamo, ako su vrijeme i novac konstante i uvijek isti, svih imamo jednako, zašto onda preko 50% kompanija, odnosno privatnih poduzetnika propada u prve 2 godine? Samo treba naučiti kako to napraviti. Što kažeš, Mirela?
Ljudi odlaze u poduzetništvo iz različitih razloga. Neki ulaze iz poduzetništva u poduzetničke projekte, ne znaju, misleći da je znanje o području i o onome što oni prodaju dovoljno. I da imaju dobru ideju i da imaju, zapravo, da znaju to raditi. Znači, ulaze u poduzetništvo zato što imaju dobru ideju. To uopće nije dovoljno. Ja sam isto krenula, jedna sam od prvih, zapravo možda i jedina u Zagrebu, koja se isključivo bavi zapravo najvećim dijelom u Hrvatskoj područjem komunikacije. Znači, mi smo se usko specijalizirali, ali kad sam shvatila, kad sam ušla u poduzetništvo, zato što nije bilo drugog načina kako da svoje znanje predam ovom društvu, onda sam osnovala firmu, ali ja tek sada, 10 godina nakon toga shvaćam koliko ja nisam imala pojma o tome u šta ja ulazim uopće prije 10 godina. Sada ne bi ušlo nikada u nekako tako stvari. Sam mislila da je dovoljno da ja znam tu retoriku, da sam ja to specijalizirala i tržište će to samo znati prepoznati. Naplata, prodaja, komunikacija s klijentima. Zašto sam krenula od naplate? Ne znam zašto. To u našem društvu veliki problem. Ekonomija, osnove računovodstva. Znači, vi u Hrvatskoj možete postati poduzetnika da nemate pojma ni o čemu. Tako sam ja, recimo, postala. Znači, imate stručnjaka koji postane poduzetnik zato što želi prodati svoju ideju. No? Dakle, zato ja mislim da puno njih propadne iz krivih razloga ili krenu u poduzetništvo zato što žele zaraditi i misle da poduzetnici su tajkuni. Dakle, često nas i vlada često zamjenjuje ove zemlje sa tajkunima. Znači, oni misle da smo mi poduzetnici, da su to kapitalisti. Da su to ljudi koji imaju jako puno novca. Znači, neki ulaze u poduzetništvo zato što žele zaraditi velike novce. To je potpuno krivi razlog. Novac je proizvod, rezultat onoga što vi znate raditi i što znate prodati na tržištu. I tu vam je najvažnija komunikacija.
Te malo prekinem, sad si rekla rečenicu iz tvojeg posljednjeg bloga koji si pisala, rekla si da u sklopu te rečenice od te vlade kako smatraju kapitaliste, da radiš nešto nelegalno.
Da, ja razgovarala sam nedavno sa jednim, sasvim slučajno sam se našla s jednim političarem u društvu, da se odmah opravdam. I tako pijemo mi taj šampanjac i kaže mi njemu, zašto vi tako imate taj otpor prema nama, zašto ste tako antipoduzetnički raspoloženi? Pa mi smo vam zapravo najveći radnici, nama najviše stalo do toga da zadržimo naša radna mjesta. Mi zapošljavamo druge ljude, mislim, mi radimo 15 sati dnevno. Kaže on meni, to je protuzakonito. 15 sati dnevno radite, onak sad si razmišljaš, u principu ja mislim da on ima možda čak i pravo, zakonski, možda ja ne bi smjela raditi 15 sati dnevno, sam ja ne znam kako bismo onda opstali. Ali onda si mislim, kako se nisam sjetila da mu kažem, on radi sigurno manje od 8 sati dnevno, to je isto protuzakonito.
Elvira, koje je tvoje razmišljanje?
Maybe I should translate for our colleagues for outside. This is part of the Mirela's blog. She said that she is with some politicians talking about the business and entrepreneurship in Croatia, and she said that she has to work 15 hours daily in order to accomplish everything. And he told her, yeah, this is against the law. So, Elvira, ratimo se.
Ich kann es auch auf Deutsch übersetzen. Später, weil ich Rhetorik in Deutschland spezialisiert habe.
Zašto propadaju poduzetnici u prve 2 godine poslovanja? Tako smo počeli.
Ako znamo da je znanje ključ, treba samo naučiti.
Zato što misle da je jednostavno. Ono što ja recimo viđam kroz svoj posao, dakle posebno kad, evo, konkretno Mirela i ja i ti isto uslugama se bavimo, onda se to ljudima jako često čini, mislim usluge, to je nešto najjednostavnije, ako imaš potrebu, neko nešto traži, ti to njemu prodaš, pa to odradiš i nikom ništa, dakle nema skladišta, nema ničega. Zna se često dogoditi situacija da ljudi površno gledajući tuđi posao, im se taj posao čini vrlo, vrlo jednostavnim. To sam ja isto u jednom svom blogu komentirala, zapravo ako vam se nešto čini izrazito jednostavnim, najvjerojatnije o tome ne znate puno. I to je otprilike tako. Ljudi gledaju, kod nas je jedan zanimljiv trend da ako nekom nešto uspjelo, onda se nakon toga nađe horda ljudi koji čine isto, nadajući se da će i njima uspjeti. Često uđu u posao kad su vidjeli da je nekom nešto po sličnom principu uspjelo. Međutim, ne može biti milijarda sljedećih sljedbenika i ne mogu svi raditi po istom principu. Recimo, meni primjer, ja imam salon za šišanje pasa, osim ovog edukacijskog dijela, i onda ljudi misle da to košta otprilike koliko koštaju jedne škare, jel? Kupite škare i šišate pse. Ne, mislim, to je isto jedno ulaganje i puno troškova za koje ljudi, gledajući sa strane, im se čini kao da to ne postoji. Tako i u edukaciji, tako u nizu drugih djelatnosti. Ljudi gledaju površno, nemaju iskustvo. Ono što je ključno, činjenica je da propada čak 80% poduzetnika u prve 2 godine poslovanja. Međutim, iskustvo pokazuje, i to su zapadna istraživanja neka i dokazala, da najčešće uspijevaju oni koji su sličan posao radili prije kod nekoga drugoga. Dakle, ukoliko ste to mogli negdje naučiti, upoznati djelatnost, upoznati konkurente, upoznati kupce, upoznati tržište, onda vrlo velika je šansa da ćete u samostalnom biznisu koji je isti ili sličan onom što ste već radili kod nekoga drugog, da ćete u tome uspjeti. Zašto? Jer poznajete tržište. I to je logika. Dakle, ako ne poznajete tržište, ne znate kakva je situacija. Ovo što je Mirela rekla je naravno istina. Poznavati proizvode i usluge definitivno nije dovoljno i mnogi ljudi koji su izvrsni u svom poslu i stručni su propade upravo radi ovih ekonomskih stvari i jednostavno jer ne znaju planirati posao. Ne vide trendove, ne znaju prilike i prijetnje i ne znaju što im budućnost nosi.
Možda još jedna stvar za nadopuniti, ovo je super što si ti sve rekla, a to je da ljudi nekad nemaju strpljenja. Znači, mislim, mi smo svi u poslu, evo ja sad vodim firmu već 10 godina. Ako mladim ljudima koje sada, vaše generacije, nekakve koja dolaze sa fakulteta, oni hoće sve sada i odmah. Sada, kako se to zove, Y generacija ili već dolaze i nove, Z generacije, koji bi htjeli sada i odmah i do 35. se obogatiti. Svakako, jel? I voziti dobar auto i imati stan i ne znam šta sve ne. To jednostavno ne ide tako. Mi smo živjeli u vrijeme kad se puno sporije gradila ta karijera, navikli smo od naših roditelja vidjeti da se morate dugo truditi da biste u nečemu uspjeli i znali smo da rezultat ne može doći u prvih par mjeseci. Kad ljudi hoće nešto postići i ne uspije im to u prvoj godini, odustaju. Ako imate ideju, ako stvarno ste uporni, znači upornost, dosljednost u nečemu i u teškim i kad padnete dolje, da jednostavno izdržite to nekako krizno razdoblje, koliko se rekao, prvih par godina, prve 2 godine, koliko? U prve 2 godine da propada 50% poduzeća. Ja mislim da mladi ljudi jednostavno nemaju dovoljno strpljenja i da ljudi koji nakon duže nekakve karijere u nekakvoj firmi imaju puno više osjećaja za to da treba biti strpljiv da biste došli do rezultata. Izdržite nakon prve 2 godine, pa ćete vidjeti, svake godine se treba nagraditi za to da ne poslujete barem s minusom, ako ništa drugo.
Prije nego što mi pređemo na nekakav zaključak, odnosno damo neke savjete kako povećati ove resurse, ja ću vam pokazati šta naši kolege misle.
Vaša budućnost, vaša mirovina i ostavština iza vas jednog dana će biti puno sigurnije ukoliko se odlučite za neke svoje ideje. Da bi uopće podigli tu razinu znanja i da bi uopće poduzetnici u nekom većem postupku uspijevali, uopće ne možemo zapravo prebaciti odgovornost samo na poduzetnika. Naravno, moramo svi zajedno, cijelo društvo raditi na tome da bi podigli tu razinu znanja. Pa zapravo s jedne strane apeliram na same individualce, poduzetnike da se jednostavno motiviraju. Sjednu, naprave popis stvari koje misle da im u nekom području manjka znanja i u tom području jednostavno malo po malo početi prikupljati znanja, ići na određene seminare, edukacije, ulaziti u prilike, upoznavati nove ljude, dopuštati se jednostavno da prikupimo što više znanja, iskustava i tako dalje. Uglavnom, druga linija je naravno ona linija države. Obično mislimo da ne možemo uopće utjecati na tu liniju, ali što više ljudi ima koji žele stvarati, to će ti ljudi više zapravo utjecati na one koji nam trebaju biti zapravo služba koja nam pomaže da provedemo svoje ideje. Isto tako ne smijemo zapravo kritizirati te službe pretjerano, jer moramo i njih razumjeti da oni nama trebaju da bi nam pomogli da što lakše obavljamo svoje poslove, a isto tako s druge strane smatram da te službe moraju početi shvaćati da su tu zahvaljujući tome što nama treba. Poruka je za individualce da se pokrene samostalno, a što više takvih individualaca ima, to će se lakše pokrenuti zapravo javne službe da nam pomogu.
Na kasu, ovo i zdravo, ne trebamo biti pametni. Mi ne trebamo pametni. Trebamo poslušati. A poduzetnik nije uzbrok ko sluša druge, on osluškuje, a ne sluša. Ne gleda što mu neko kaže, nego on proučava, on istražuje, on provjerava, on preuzima rizik, malo, a to nije to što mi danas imamo. Ako želiš uspjeti u životu, sve svoje znanje i vještine potrebi, ali tako da budiš proaktivan, stalno budi proaktivan. Znači, poruka je poduzetnici. Budite proaktivni sa znanjem i vještinama koje se stekli i onda ćete imati uspjeh.
Mislim da ključ da ne radite više, teže, nego da radite pametnije, da bi mogli raditi pametnije, morali bi sagledati što nosi budućnost, što će se desiti za 2 do 3 godine, da li vi i kako vi možete od toga imati korist i onda nastaviti raditi kvalitetno, brzo i točno što i do sada radite. Ja prvenstveno gledam nešto što se nije desilo, a to je da pojedinci shvate, svi mi, svak za sebe, da je odgovoran za sebe. Lako ćemo s društvom. Ako mi svi činimo društvo, onda će biti bolje, lakše.
Nismo osušeni na uspjeh, mi jednostavno smo prebombardirani sa lošim vijestima, sa krizama i Hrvatska će imati fiskalnih problema, naprosto dio smo jedne zapadne civilizacije gdje socijalna država košta, broj onih koji stvaraju dodanu vrijednost je premali za ono umirovljenje jedne cijele industrijske generacije, ali to je činjenica, to ljudi ne treba frustrirati, taj dio politike mora iskomunicirati, a svaki građanin apsolutno mora vjerovati u sebe i u svoj uspjeh. Ono što je bitno naglasiti da resurs morate pretvoriti u dodanu vrijednost i to je temelj i za obiteljsko gospodarstva, i za obrt, i za trgovačka društva da mogu osigurati dohodak od samostalnog rada za sebe i za svoju obitelj. U panonskoj Hrvatskoj vidimo da se još radi gotovo prije često 500 godina, ostali smo samo na razini makrokultura. Ako pređemo na nove djelatnosti, to bitno sa 5-6 tisuća kuna po hektaru, mi možemo dići dohodak na 40-50 tisuća kuna. Naravno, nužno je da i vlada u strategiji gospodarskog razvoja stavi prehrambenu industriju kao dodatak na ono područje ruralnog razvoja koje je preko 90% teritorijalno u Hrvatskoj i preko 50% stanovništva. Pa društvo mora učiniti poduzetništvo prihvatljivim, mora učiniti da to preuzimanje rizika bude izvjesno. Ako je to preuzimanje rizika jednako osudi na smrt kroz razne zakone, propise i sankcije, onda više niko neće biti spreman postati poduzetnik. Što se tiče pojedinac svaki mora preuzeti odgovornost za sebe, svoje članove obitelji i mora naučiti promatrati, neko vidi problem, neko vidi priliku i mora naučiti promatrati svaki resurs kao sutra potencijalni resurs od kojeg može stvoriti dodanu vrijednost, odnosno dodatni dohodak za sebe i za obitelj.
Definitivno moramo svi zajedno raditi na podizanju svijesti, na činjenici da uvijek sve kreće od nas, to je recimo meni za moći krenuti sebi, znači preuzimanje odgovornosti. Najlakše je kukati i žaliti se i misliti da je trava zelenja negdje drugdje, od seleke se tiče, ali ako želimo da nam bude bolje, onda možemo ili otići kao neki što pokušali ili ostati. Ako smo odlučili ostati, onda smo mi ti koji ćemo stvoriti bolje uvijete za sebe. Isto tako mislim da u moru edukacije koje su danas prisutne na tržištu, prečesto možda nedostaje neka duhovna, možda jaka ili komponenta. Znači to nekako isticanje strasti kao ključnog sastojka u biznisu. Zaboravljamo možda na univerzalne zakone koji vrijede za sve nas i mislim da je jako važno i na početku i na kraju i u životu i u biznisu biti čovjek i prema sljednicima i prema zaposlenicima. Znači uvijek pokazivati svoje osjećanje, brigu i baš to što sam rekla biti čovjek. To prečesto je nedostatno.
Hvala Kristina, ona je ovdje gore među nama. Duhovnosti u poduzetništvu. Elvira je otvorila prošle baš ove godine tu temu, recimo ta tema duhovnosti u poduzetništvu i općenito poduzetnik u duhovnom smislu. Mi o tome premalo razgovaramo, mi razmišljamo samo o tome da je biti poduzetnik, pa i o edukaciji. Mi uvodimo tu kategoriju tih univerzalnih svemirskih zakona i evo, mislim da je interes za samu konferenciju vrlo veliki o tome da ipak ostanemo, da nam u centru svega ne bude profit i poduzetnicima i u edukaciji, jer jednostavno vidimo da taj sklop mentalni propada, je li tako? Dakle, ako idemo samo prema profitu, generiramo druge puno više štete, umjesto da njegujemo istovremeno međuljudske odnose i mi taj element uvodimo već nekoliko godina. Prije par godina je to još bilo ono strašno, ono kakva duhovnost, ono, to je zvučalo onako ezoterično. Međutim, duhovnost u menadžmentu, u općenito u poslovanju, mislim da je kategorija u kojoj se više trebamo posvetiti pažnju.
S obzirom da imamo još par minuta da završimo, Kristina kaže važan je čovjek, a Tomislav kaže na početku da što nas je više, to ćemo imati veći pritisak i veće šanse za nekav poslovni uspjeh. Ja bi još dodao na to, ako vam se pokvari zub, ako vas boli zub, onda idete zubaru, ako vam se pokvari automobil, onda idete kod mehaničara, a kad vam ne ide firma, kad vam ne ide posao, onda pokušavate riješiti problem sami. Javite se stručnjacima, odnosno onima koji se bave s tim za život. Mirela, tvoja završna riječ.
Ja sam samo htjela reći jednu stvar. Bila sam prošle godine na konferenciji Michio Kaku. Ako se sjećate, mislim, ako znate, to je jedan svjetski poznati fizičar koji na National Geographicu ima svoje emisije i koji je govorio o tome šta je budućnost naša. Mi ćemo sve informatizirati, mi ćemo uskoro za par godina, on tvrdi, moći vidjeti ispred čovjeka kad upoznamo i pružimo mu ruku cijeli njegov sken, od njegove krvne slike, to čime se bavi, koliko mu je IQ i tako dalje. Ali ono što nikad nećemo moći informatizirati je edukacija. Jer je tema baš bila edukacija. Znači, nećemo moći zamijeniti čovjeka, nećemo moći zamijeniti ovaj networking. Vi možete ovu konferenciju pratiti preko televizora, preko, ne znam, nekakvog interneta, ali to nije to. Kad ste vi tu, kad osjetite energiju, jer ljudi nisu samo racionalna bića. Znači, nama ne trebaju samo znanja, nama treba da ne izgubimo tu socijalnu komponentu i da ne izgubimo jedni druge. Tako da bi ja rekla da je edukacija budućnost, i da bez edukacije nema ničega. Ono što je za djecu škola, to je za nas u biznisu, za odrasle ljude, cjeloživotno obrazovanje. I mi se tu ovdje svi time bavimo, nemojte to zaboraviti.
Ono što ja vidim na našim edukacijama u Filaksu, dolaze često ljudi koji znaju da promjenom sebe mogu promijeniti svoje okolnosti. I to mi je posebno drago. Dakle, ako na edukaciju dođu oni koji misle da će s njim nekakvim znanjima konkretnim moći promijeniti na umjetan način situaciju oko sebe, svoje kupce, svoju konkurenciju i slično, to baš ne ide. Možda u vremenu zaleta, kad je tržište bilo takvo da smo svi išli prema naprijed, onda je to jednostavno išlo s nekim svojim tijekom, postoje proces koji nas je gurao. Međutim, ono što mislim za uspjeh u poduzetništvu, posebno ako ste mikropoduzetnik, mali poduzetnik, uspjeh vašeg projekta počiva na vašoj energiji. Dakle, ukoliko je vaša energija jaka i vi ste spremni ulagati u sebe da biste promijenili svoje okolnosti, stvari će ići, a kad to malo smanji intenzitet tih vaših emocija i strasti koje osjećate prema poslu, vrlo vjerojatno da će se i to smanjiti, a onda naravno nitko nam drugi nije kriv osim same i sebi, iako mi često vidimo krivce izvan u ovom društvu, u gospodarstvu, u politici, u puno tih drugih stvari, što nam često i naravno da utječu na nas, ali mi smo centar svega i ono što činimo sebi, na kraju se manifestira na druge i tako biznisi propadaju ili rastu.
So to conclude, for business success, lifetime learning is a secret sauce. Thank you all for your time, for this half an hour that we had, and hope to see you in Voogle 2015. Thank you.
Okay, moving on. Thank you. Some educational insights there from Mirela, Ivica, Elvira. Okay, so next, co-owner and mastermind behind Tenoyaya, Go Home and WTF Jeans, a man who believes in new ideas and products, but also dreams about creating advanced technology that will improve both business and the quality of life. A man who says he's a dreamer and a believer, and one part of his dream, he says, is happening right now. Put your hands together for the one, the only, Mr. Hrvoje Bujas.
Thank you, Peter. U biti sam htio samo ovaj slajd ostaviti i to bi bilo to. Svaki dan kad se probudim, doslovno ovako stojim, a recimo neki ljudi me konstantno žele gurnuti van. Nastavno konkurencije, protiv konkurencije se možete boriti, imati alate. Problem je kad ti neki ljudi su oni ljudi koji ja plaćam. Ja ih rado zovem birokracije. Daću samo jedan primjer. Ono što me najviše smeta, ali ajde, bilo pošteno da se predstavi, makar me čovjek pita lijepo predstavio, mastermind behind crno jaje, what the fuck jeans go home. Ko je od vas čuo za crno jaje? Ako nije čuo za crno jaje, accept people from that are not from Croatia. Ko je čuo za go home? Puno manje, ali zadovoljavajuće brojke. Ko je čuo za what the fuck jeans? Ok, bitni su čuli, ono. What the fuck jeans je zapravo moj zadnji, ajmo tako reći, projekt. I onaj projekt u koji ulažem najviše i vremena, i novaca, i nade. To je projekt koji mislimo da doista može promijeniti neke stvari u tekstil biznisu. Dakle, to je onaj projekt koji kad dođe do San Francisco, svaki ili općenito Silicon Valley, svaki poduzetnik sanja, mašta o projektu koji mijenja svijet. Mi smatramo da je recimo Vodify Jeans takav projekt. No ja neću pričati o Vodify Jeansu, ne smijem, tako su mi rekli moji iz mog tima. Starta priča petak, subota, odnosno ponedjeljak, tako da do tada više manje moram ne pričati o Vodify Jeansu. Neću pričati o Go Home koji sad radi u 7 zemalja, prihoda je dobro, da nije bila takva kriza kakva je bila tržište nekretnina, zasigurno prihoda ovo je još bolje. Neću pričati o Crnom jaju. Crno jaj radi dobar posao, mi smo našli jednu finu nišu, nazvali smo se TV specijalna ponuda, a ne krupna kupnja. U toj niši smo praktički sad zauzeli veliki dio kolača, držim da gotovo 50-60% prihoda je zapravo krupne kupnje crno jaje. Sad mogu. Rekao je moj prijatelj, tu sjedi dolje, Barančić, da su brojke bitne, neću reći tu brojku kako hoćeš, reću i tebi. Makar ti znaš da mi tvoja žena vodi knjigovodstvo. In any case. Neću pričati o tome, pričat ću o nečemu što mislim da je daleko bitnije stvari. Znači, pustimo prezentaciju sami sebe, svojih proizvoda. Naši proizvodi, naša djela na neki način se prezentiraju sami. Vi ste ti koji ste ili moji kupci ili niste kupci, vi ste ti kojima je crno jaje, Go Home, Vodify Jeans simpatično ili nije, vi ste ti koji ćete uložiti, nećete uložiti, kupiti, nećete kupiti. No generalno svi ovdje, čini mi se da nas veže jedna nit, a to je da ili želimo biti poduzetnici, ili jesmo poduzetnici, ili radite sa poduzetnicima na ovaj ili onaj način. Kroz kupatelji i tako dalje. Neću sam pitati ko je, ko nije, ko šta je, ali generalno čini mi se da je to taj dio tima, te ekipe koji se nalazi ovdje. E pa svi mi imamo jedan veliki problem. A to je definitivno, da li uopće možemo promijeniti taj problem, ne znam. Da li ga možemo riješiti, ne znam. Da li možemo pričati o njemu na drugačiji način, naravno da možemo. A to je svijet u kojem mi živimo, to je Hrvatska, to je birokracija, to je jedno neshvaćanje poduzetništva, što zapravo poduzetništvo je. Gledajte, nakon 40-50 godina u socijalizmu, gdje niste imali poduzetnika, nego ste imali, znači, pozicionirani direktor, imali ste praktički plansku ekonomiju, zatvorenu privredu u Jugoslaviji, tržište kao riječ je bila samo priča, a marketing je bio isto tako nekakva, ko je radio marketingu, ne znam, žena, ljubavnica i tako dalje. Bez ikakvih znanja, bez ikakvih vještina. S druge strane ste ušli preko noći u tržišni sistem, imali ste te stare navike, niste ih promijenili, a imate državu koja ne pojma sebe kao nekoga ko treba raditi u vašem interesu, za vas, zato što ih vi plaćate, nego pojma sebe kao nekoga ko postoji tu, a mi moramo raditi za njih. Znači, mi svi, neovisno da ste poduzetnik, radnik, doktor, sasvim nebitno, vi ste ti koji morate raditi, doprinositi i njima davati što njihovu plaću. Kome on odgovara, što on radi, je sasvim nebitna stvar. I to me, ne polako, to me žiciralo od uvijek. 7 godina sam proveo u toj birokraciji, 7 godina. Znači, nakon što sam završio fakultet u Zagrebu, 1997. godine, a kako sam radio kao student u Ministarstvu vanjskih poslova, nosio poštu sa 1. na 5. kat, tad sam imao liniju fantastično, 80 kila, možda je manje. Sad sam sudar da je vis-a-vis crnog jaja, stalno provjeram i testiram te restorane, hoteli i tako dalje, dok vodiš 20 kila odmah. Dakle, tako sam upoznao čovjeka koji je bio državni tajnik u Ministarstvu vanjskih poslova, on je postao nakon toga direktor AP na Agenciji za promet nekretninama. 1998. kad sam završio fakultet, onda sam praktički dobio posao kod tog čovjeka, vidio da sam radišan, da hoću, da želim uspjeti na koncu. Mislim, koja je moja alternativa? Ja sam Dalmatinac, došao sam iz Šibenika u Zagreb, mater mi je dala 100 maraka mjesečno i rekla, sine, za ostatak se snađi. Sa tih 100 maraka sam mogao živjeti do 5. u mjesecu. Znači, snalazio sam se. Možda je to i neka definicija poduzetnika. No da krenem na stvar. Što se dogodilo? 7 godina sam ostao u toj birokraciji isključivo i u toj državnoj agenciji koja je ipak imala, ajmo reći, nekakve tržišne uzuse vis-a-vis tog direktora koji je tada bio. Nije bitno niti koja je bio stranka, ja nisam u jednoj stranci, to nije pitanje stranke, to je pitanje efekta. Ovdje od nas tražio isključivo efekt i po efektu se napredovalo. I ja sam tako od pripravnika došao do pomoćnika direktora, došao do promjene vlasti, došao je direktor, jedan čovjek koji, niti je znao čime se bavimo, niti ga je zanimao. Imao je 2 šofera, jedno kad se napije, jedno kad je trijezan. 2 šofera čovjek imao, to ste plaćali vi. To ste vi plaćali. U toj agenciji radilo je, kad sam ja došao 30 ljudi, posao se smanjivao, sad radi 120 ljudi u toj agenciji. 120 ljudi radi. Što oni rade? Pa ja sam tamo radio 7 godina, znam što rade, ne rade. ništa, osim onih 10 ljudi koji su radili prije i poslije, ovih 110 ne radi ništa. Ima 15.000 kuna neto plaću, na to ide bruto plaća. Pazite kako se izračunava ta bruto plaća. Evo vam primjer, 7.000 kuna neto. Ovo je sad mali onako uvod bio, ali došao sam do bitne poante. Znači, Hrvatska je država. Tom čovjeku, recimo, on nema 7, on ima 15, ali evo neki prosjek 7. Recimo da je 7.000 kuna ona plaća koju bi, recimo, svaki radnik trebao imati u Hrvatskoj. Po meni. Rodio si se, završio si, dobio si posao i dobio si 7.000 kuna zato što živiš u Hrvatskoj. Ozbiljno. Ne 2, ne 3, ne 4, 7. Od tih 7.000 kuna, to je zapravo 10.662 kune bruto, odnosno 12.283 kune bruto 2. Ova razlika od 7.000 do 12.000 kuna vi dajete državi. A ta država 80% troši na šta? Pa niko ne zna čovječe. Na plaće, di efekt, što radite? Osim što ste narasli 3 puta, što ste napravili? Što ste dobroga napravili? Ima sposobnih ljudi. Pa ja sam radio u državnoj agenciji. Daleko od toga da ih nema. Vjerujte mi, ti i odlazi iz birokracije. Ta jedna negativna selekcija konstantno traje. Ko ostaje, ja se pitam? Dižu si plaće, dižu si ovo, ono, bla, 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 bla. 2 šofera čovjek imao. 76 godina, 2 šofera. Bio iz Hrvatske stranke umirovljenika, neću reći. 2 šofera, evo ja sam još u šoku, 2 šofera čovjek imao. Jedno kad je trizam, drugi kad je pijen, nevjerojatno. Znači, 43% vam uzme država na 7.000 kuna, na 15.000 kuna uzme duplo. U tamnom srednjem vijeku, doba kad su nas valjda mačevima sikli, kad bi se probudili ujutro u 6, 10% ste davali crkvi i 10% kralju. Mislim, ovako izgleda taj izračun, znači, evo da se približim je nemoguće. Znači, nebitno. Di je moja lova, ljudi, hej? Pa ja radim mjesec dana, gdje su moji fucking novci? Ja sam probudio jutro kada počeka stani 7.000, znaš šta da dođu cijelu priču? Šta? Bilo koji djelatnik moj, tvoj, ona nije bitno. Počeo čak razmišljati onako kako država kaže, odnosno birokrat. Pa daj 7.000 kuna ono što sam ja zaradio. Pa nije istina, zaradio si 12.300 kuna, samo si dobio 7.000 kuna. Neko ti je uzeo novac, čovječe, što ti je dao za to? Zdravstvo, super, neki dan, prosmi Bože mi je bio sin pao. Ovako je bilo, ono, kako se to kaže ovdje. Čvrga na glavi. Ja sam mislila da ću mogu skočiti. Došao sam kod doktora, čekao sam 3 sata, dok nisam zaprijetio da bi sad imao sina primiti isti čas, ne bi ga ni primio. Ja plaćam to zdravstveno osiguranje sebi njemu koliko oduvijek. Znaš šta najbolje, vidite novci ne vidite, ovi 20.000 kuna vi niste niti vidjeli. Vi ste dobili 7.000 kuna poduzetnika. Poduzetnik je dao 12.200 kuna, on vidi taj novac. Zašto vi ne bi vidjeli vaših 20.200 kuna, pa odlučili što ćete vi plaćati? Kome ćete plaćati i kad ćete plaćati? Kao u Americi. Nije to science fiction. Mi smo uzeli sve iz socijalizma loše. Bilo je nekih dobrih stvari. Ali sve loše smo uzeli. Skupa sa ekipom koja je tad bila CKSKH, sad su, nabrojite stranke. Jedan lijepi dečko, popularan, skoro postao predsjednik. Ovo su neki drugi taksi, čisto rede radi biti, htio sam naći mjesto za sliku od ovog. Evo čovjek je skoro postao predsjednik. On je jedan od tih koji smo mi plaćali. Ma mislim, čovjek ima bijelo medvjeda u Podrumu koji nisi mogao ući ni u kroz ventilator. Pa o čemu pričamo? Ajmo sljedeći slajd, čisto da se ne živciramo svi skupa. Ne, ima još jedan. Je li ovo poduzetnik? Is this an entrepreneur? Yes, he is an entrepreneur, but he's a bad one. I don't want my son to think that this is an entrepreneur. He thinks that he's an entrepreneur. For me, he's a... Ukratko. Ono, nije poanta biti samo poduzetan, nije poanta biti samo imati žicu, imati nos, imati špuljus, imati kome se dići, šta hoćete. Pa dobro ga poanta je raditi neki biznis koji ima svoj početak, svoj kraj, plaćaš poreze, plaćaš ljude, plaćaš pošteno. Neka ovaj gospodin kupi NK Dinamo, ne bude vlasnik NK Dinama, pa nek onda radi sa svoj novac pa šta god hoće. In meantime, he's not an entrepreneur. Inače sam Hajdukovac, ali ne što sam. Dinamo mi je drag klub odmah nakon Rijeke, Zadra, Šibenika, Splita. Što se tiče birokracije, evo šta se dogodilo u zadnjih 10 godina. Znate šta se dogodilo za sljedećih 10 godina? Isto ovo što ćete sad gledati na ovom slajdu, znači ovo. Birokracija se utrostručila, a BDP zadnjih 5 godina pada, konstantno pada. Dakle, ono gdje bi oni trebali dobivati novac pada, a birokracije su utrostručile. Najluđe stvar, prije neki dan su donosili budžet, proračun, Republike Hrvatske. Mislim da je x milijardi minus. Ja kad tako radio posao i rekao, recimo, mojim partnerima, dečki, sljedeće godine ćemo zaraditi 25 milijuna kuna, a potrošit ćemo 29 milijuna kuna, a ove 4 milijuna kuna ćemo naći negdje usput bajde po cesti. Pa kako može svoj proračun sa x milijardi kuna minusa? Kako? Sebe digni plaću, pozapošljavati još x ljudi u birokraciji, 3 puta ste se podigli u 10 godina. Ovo nije pitanje stranke, ljudi. Stranke su, by the way, ovo je pitanje svi u nas. Di naša lova dobra ga ide, ćemo se početi pitati. Hrvatska je ošla iz Jugoslavije počela pitati 70. godina di novac ide. Ja kao građanin, poduzetnik, pitam sada vas, a volio bi da je tu neki političar isto tako, di taj moj novac ide? Di? Evo 2 primjera kod izvoza, What jeans, jedan. Lako nastavno to što ovdje nisam mogao naći neko ko će proizvoditi traperice, gaće. Razgovarao sam sa Vartexom, bla 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 bla. 3 puta su skuplji od mjesta gdje sad proizvodim. 3 puta. Nastavno to što ovdje nisam mogao naći nikoga da mi radi packaging. Nikoga da mi radi XY stvari. Na kraju se What jeans traperice rade u 7 zemalja. Hrvatska, Srbija, Francuska, Njemačka, Švicarska i tako dalje. To je bio dio mog posla. Ja sam te gaće napravio. Zato što imamo anti-radiation dio, anti-stain dio, dakle padne vam kava, sok, ovo, samo ovo napravite i ništa ne ostaje. Nastavno proizvodnje. Pazite ovo, ja želim te gaće izvoziti. Mislim, ja ih radim za izvoz. To je online biznis, prodaja jeansa preko online, preko stranice jeans.com. Pazite sad 2 ludila problema koji ne postoje nigdje, čak niti u Srbiji. Jedan, ja moram platiti 150 kuna na Hrvatskoj pošti carine za Ameriku. U Srbiji ne moram, u Francuskoj ne moram, u Italiji ne moram, u Sloveniji ne moram. Što sam ja napravio? Otvorio sam firmu u Sloveniji, preko Slovenije ću izvoziti nešto platiti 150 kuna. Nebitne carine, Amerika ne kaže, to kaže Hrvatska. Jedna stvar, druga stvar, u Hrvatskoj ako imate web shop, pazite ovog ludila, u e-commerce, a mi smo kao 21. stoljeće, mi nismo 21. stoljeće ni blizu. Dakle, web shop imate, mora biti web shop u kunama. Ja kažem, dobro gospodo, ali postoji mali problem bankama. On nije toliko stvar država, već banaka. Ja kažem, gospodo, postoji problem, moji kupci plaćaju u eurima ili u dolarima. Ne mora biti u kunama. Ja kažem, gledajte, u Srbiji ili bilo gdje možete imati u dolarima, stoji veliko u dolarima, dolje je mala kvačica i piše to je toliko kuna. Ne mora biti veliko kuna. Zašto? Zašto mora biti u kuna? To je meni ogroman problem, koji još nismo riješili, a ćemo ga riješiti danas sutra. Imamo i zato opciju, priskočit ćemo naravno opet Hrvatsku. Po ko zna koji put Hrvatska će biti preskočena. Hrvatska se ne preskače ako si u talu sa nekim ko ti daje novac. Znate, u talu si sa gradonačelnikom, recimo Zagreba, radiš fontane i koštaju milijardu i tvoja investicija u marketing je bilo što? Pa malo si potkrijepio svoju komunikaciju u dogovoru i razgovoru sa onim koji je odlučivao. Pa nisi lijepio plakate po gradu i rekao da hoćeš raditi za milijardu kuna fontane. Za takve je Hrvatska još danas obećana zemlja. Ja želim da za takve sutra Hrvatska ne bude obećana zemlja. Da takvi pate, razumijete, neki idu školuju se u... Kako se zove ti? Ajde se školovati malo, ne? Ajde se školovati malo, naučite što je pravi marketing, otište na tržište. Na tržištu probajte prodati nešto nekad, pa ćete vidjeti kako se to radi. A ovo neću ni pričati, toliko je fali novaca u Hrvatskoj, toliko je fali novaca da porezna uprava radi samo do 1 sat. Toliko je fali novaca. Rade od 9 do 1. Sa stankama. Ne znam šta rade poslije, vjerojatno iđu na kavu, ručava i tako dalje. Ja kad dođem u Šibenik, kad dođem ispred županije, svi kafići rade. Odete kilometar dalje od županije, u nijednom kafiću čovjeka nema. U niti jednom. Rade do 1 sat. Pa da meni toliko treba novaca. Pa ja bi radio 24 sata, vjerojatno bi kršio sve zakone, tako, gospođo, kao što kršimo na dnevnoj bazi. A to je zakon koji se treba kršiti. Odraditi što treba. Mislim da sam rekao što su ukratko problema, sad ću to definirati. Birokracija, ok, porez je svugdje problem, ali kod nas su stvarno dovedeni do savršenstva, 500 pada fiskalnih nameta. Platio sam 10.000 kuna Hrvatskoj turističkoj zajednici prošlu godinu. 10.000 kuna, Hrvatskim šumama 2.000 kuna. A jedno ste mogli poslati razglednice, hvala. A ovo je najveći problem, i bližimo se polako kraju, ovo je najveći problem. Courts, impotent, corrupt, no legal security. Kažu investitori, dođite, Hrvatska je prekrasna zemlja, je prekrasna zemlja, pa ja živim u Hrvatskoj. Nema ljepše obale od Dalmatinske. Ma, Hrvatska je prelijepa od Vukovara do Dubrovnika, od Sveti Martina dokle hoćete u Istrima. Hrvatska je toliko lijepa da je to ludno. Ali doći investirati u Hrvatsku, se zakoni mijenjaju iz dana u dan, porezi iz dana u dan, birokracija raste 3 puta, BDP pada, sudovi ne rade. Ja sad imam oko 750.000 kuna po koje kakvim sudovima, ja se to prebacuje sad Zagreb i ostatak Hrvatske. Hoću li kad naplatiti, vjerojatno ću naplatiti možda 20-30%. Pa kako ćemo funkcionirati ako sud ne funkcionira? U Češkoj mi je bio netko dužan 10.000 eura, u roku 6 mjeseci bilo riješeno, bilo je naplaćeno. Na sudu, češkom sudu, ja, hrvatska firma, on, češka firma, ja pobjedim. U Hrvatskoj imate ugovor, imate sve. Katastrofa. Sudovi ne rade, investitori to znaju. Dakle, možda nisu 3 problema, nego samo jedan, jasno. Njega smo vidjeli, pa nema potrebe. Evo, ovako rješavamo problem u Hrvatskoj, pogledajte. Znači, u Njemci problem, no problem, jel? Problem popiju kavu, Englezi riješe problem, Španjolci malo odspavaju, Ameri dovedu pištolja, pogledajte nas. Otprilike to ovako, jedan problem postane 10 problema. Otprilike to tako izgleda kod nas, doista je. I sad jedna zakreva od mog rođaka Miše Kovača. Drugi joj raspliče kosu, a ja je volim.
Ladies and gentlemen, my second is Mr. Hrvoje Bujas. Okay, so normally we're running a little bit late. However, what we will do now, the next speaker who is scheduled to be on stage right now will actually start after lunch. This means that that lunch is served upstairs and lunch will be from now. Okay. Also, just to remind the panelists for the startup battle, if you could meet here by the stage at 1:20. Okay. So have a good meal. Back here at 1:30 for the next presenter. Most of the moments that you've all been waiting for, the challenge. Thank you. The challenge of the startup battle is almost upon us. However, we will start now with one more speaker, a guest from Slovenia, a guest speaker from Slovenia, CEO of Ask Limited, and a man who simply knows how to impress investors and create a product fit for a potential global market. Put your hands together for Mr. Peter Korun.
Hello everyone, hope you hear me well. I think I hear myself very well. This is, yes, I didn't know what to present today because we're in a little bit rush in our company, and there was a little time that I have to prepare this for you, because being smart on such an important thing, how to prepare something to I don't know, for investors, and how to prepare your products to be well presented for investors is very, very hard. I don't want to be smart. I just can provide you my perspective and my experience that I have with Slovenian investors and one or two foreign investors. And how did I manage to raise funds for our project, for my project, team project, what I like to say, because it's not only my vision now, it's a team vision. So that's why I name it from first vision to investments. So, okay. Short facts about me: I'm 31 years old, have a degree in electrical engineering. Yes, I was a student in Maribor. When I developed this system, I will show you later, and everything else. So in 2010, I invented first real-time collision preventing system. This is some system that you can mount it on these dangerous crossroads. You all are aware of traffic mirrors, because they are all over the world and problematics that that occur in these days is that a lot of accidents, I think more than half, occurs in not urban environment. So that's why we need. I had a bad experience because in my home village I had an accident, and because I didn't see, you know, when you put your nose out and you look left, right, and you don't see nothing, so you go blind on the street. And when we pull up, someone crashes from behind, from side. And since I was a graduate in the Maribor Faculty of Engineering, I thought, how the hell is possible that in 21st century there is no device that will give us any warning at all about potential threats that can hit us in that crossroads. So dangerous crossroads, blind spots, or whatever you call it, I don't know. So that's how my idea started. And first of all, I didn't want to do anything with business because it's not my. It was not my nature, because I didn't think as some businessman. Okay, that's if I invent that, if I build that will give me a lot of money. That was not. It was not story being for because of that. I just really want to make something better. This is my first point. You have to have vision that you want something to do and do it better than it is. Not one, but 10 times better, 100 times better. So I think because those devices at that time and even now were not anywhere in the world. So I started a completely new era about active signaling. So this is Korun is my second name, so I call it company Active Signaling Korun. So till now, till 2014, we managed to implement around 15 those COPS. COPS, yes, we named device COPS. It's collision preventing system. It has nothing to do with COPS, but it has to do with the full name, so collision preventing system. And then we add just road. It can be factory. It can be railway. It can be anywhere that you are in potential danger, and there is not. They did not solve a problem. So I think first, the last speaker here was someone who mentioned bureaucracy and government, and so you can imagine how hard it was for me. I'm from Slovenia. It's copy-paste bureaucracy like here in Croatia, and my business is dependent on the people who are bureaucrat. So it was a harsh start. So at this point, that I'm standing here, my vision is alive. Company is on the early beginning. We have, of course, ups and we have downs, but vision is alive, and we manage where we implement that system, we manage to decrease traffic accidents by 90%. So I think this is something I wanted from the beginning, and that's alive, and that is something that I'm very, very proud of, and of course my team also. So COPS at Road, it uses microwave sensors. They looked every path, so they detect someone on non-priority road, and they detect someone on the priority road. So they look for us and gives us how do you call it, information about status on the priority road. So we have some better information about who is coming and who is not coming. The device is, of course, built with several safety algorithms. I will not bother you right now with that, but it's very unique. It's very how to say, intuitive. But behind the device is very complex. So from engineer point, it's not so easy. From the point of use, it's very, very simple. So it uses, of course, wire anticipated units. In some case, you have corners, and you cannot detect vehicles from corners. So we established to create a wireless detector who sends information if you have corners and other infrastructure that occur for view detection. So it's very briefly I will show you how this device works, and then we'll go to the second part, maybe more interesting for you. How did we receive or how did I met my investor and able to raise a fund? So you see, this is, I'm sorry about the lights, but I didn't know what light would be, so it's a little bit. Device works in 2 modes. So you see traffic, yellow traffic blinkers. Those appears when you're on non-priority road. When you drive to these danger crossings, it awares you that you're on danger crossing. So if you see that sign, that means triangle, and of course this it's worldwide known. So humans are very easy when they manage to know what that means above the mirrors. So we were doing some studies, and it was very, very, very intuitive how they recognize this device, because I cannot be with anyone who is on that crossing and see that device. So it has to be intuitive, and we managed to do that by that algorithm. So this is in garage, cops at garage. This is, I think, we have two in Maribor. And of course, later, I think, will be shown in factory. We are right now implementing this device for factory as well. So I think this is basically, I hope you understand this, the purpose of the device. So is that clear, what we have done? I think right now I have a chance, because I didn't have time to prepare. Do you all understand here how devices work? So is that clear, or there are some I don't know, issues that you would like to ask me? Because I want to know for myself if it's really true, because I don't have that opportunity to speak with so many people at once that I can show you that video. So here are those devices that are implemented in Slovenia for right now. And we have here for schools, for railway, for garages, and of course for road. We are very proud that our devices it has a lot to contribute to safety. And the second part, of course, is investment. I can only speak from my experience, because this is something that I have learned. Who was my first investor? I was thinking that early in the morning today when I was preparing that, from the beginning to the 2013, I finally met the person who is willing to financially support our project. And till that, I think, who was my first, who is my investor. And from the beginning to 2013, of course, and till now, it was me. It was me and, of course, my team. In the beginning, it was me, because I started to think how to, and manage to implement that system from the point of making the first prototype, to finance this first prototype, and to manage to gather around team who is willing to build this project for the future. So second investors, my team, friends, family, of course, market. Why market? Because is there any point going further if someone will not buy this product? So never mind if the state is screwed, they have no money. If that occurs, you have perfect market, but there is no perfect product, but there is no buyer. So market is the biggest information that you have when you start an idea. As soon as possible, try to sell your product, your service, everything you're doing. Try that as fast as possible. This is my, I think, first advice, because you can think for yourself that this is good, that this is excellent. I make something incredible, but if someone will not pay it, it's not worth anything. So why we need people? If we have market, of course, money makes money. We're talking about large businesses. Of course, everyone has that kind of eyes. So if you want to make $1 million business, you will not make it with 100 euros. So you need money to make money, to make a lot of things. I think I don't have much time today to present everything, but later maybe we can, if someone will have any questions, of course, we can talk. Very important, team should be 100% devoted to the project. This is without team, your project is nothing. In the beginning, your team is you. Further on, the people that are coming, and the team should be 100%. And how do you know that? Only time will show you that. There is no guarantee to find your person even from the first met. It's great, but a year from you met, it can prove that the people are not right. So don't worry. You will find someone. So determine what type of investor you want. This is second, very, very important, because in Slovenia we have this venture capital, and all of that venture capital look for web. So if I will go to someone who is a venture capitalist, he comes in suit and he will ask me, okay, I need to roll, how much? There is no way how to find proper investor. You have to find someone who will see that a benefit, whether he is in that business, he sees opportunity, he's willing to work with you. This is very important. You cannot find someone who is just a shareholder, because you have some debt capital and it will go down very, very fast, trust me. Okay, my advice, process of finding the right investor should start at any time. It can start today. I think there's a lot of people, maybe some investor here, you can talk about with them about your ideas, about who you are, who is your team. Look at investor past projects. So you try to determine who will suit your idea. Get familiar with their work, how they work, where they start to work, how are they thinking, and try to do that. Try to gather that information before you even met them, because that will show your preparedness, and you will, like I wrote before, you will save a lot of time. Assess what role she, company, whatever, will have in your company. Think of what you can offer him besides money. This is not some sexual offers or some of that, because people's, never mind, making money is another way of making friends. But in the end, we are all human. If you will not be able to I don't know, to achieve more than just money, this, how do you say, money relationship, it will go down as fast as you, because someone will get used to it and it will go away. Trust me, I have experience. And take your time. There is no rush. That's why start today. Start gathering information today. Don't wait till last bell. What I did, I always gathered the whole team of people that are involved in project before I even met someone, because someone will see you and your backups. It will see your determination, and of course, people determination. How can I go back? Okay, never mind. So be visual with canvas, business canvas, and be visual with Roy, because people are very visual. Someone who has or have a lot of money will try to assess or determine whether you are good or not in 1 minute. So don't try to bother and make, I don't know, hundreds and hundreds of pages. How do you see that? Just make it visual, make it fast, and make it as painless as possible. Because the first contact is very, very, very important. And if you're new in business, I was new in business, I tried to step a few points further, but if you're new in business then there is a whole journey that you will have to make step by step. There is no skipping points. I heard before that a lot of people are eager, they try to earn money as fast as possible, as fast. You know, the ride will be long, that's for sure. It can be 1 company, 2 companies, 3 companies, never mind, but the ride will be long. If you're determined to make money or to make a vision, like I have a vision to create something better on this crossroads, the ride will be long. And from my experience, it will be fun as well, but prepare yourself. Be prepared to failures and make successful failures. That's the one who will keep you further and will manage to rise again when you have downs. So thank you very much. I hope I clarified some issues in that, I think, 7 minutes. But if someone will have any questions, I'll be happy to answer it later. Thank you.
Okay, so we have now come to that time of the day where the battle is about to begin. So, I'm sure every single person in this room has at some stage, whether they are an entrepreneur, maybe they are studying perhaps, or maybe they are already well on their way through their career, through their business, with an idea, and they've said to themselves, hey, that's an idea that I think will work, that's a great idea. Well, right now is a chance for 7 different teams who all think they have a big idea. They all think they've got the idea, that wow idea, that will make them a lot of money and be very, very successful. We will see exactly what they have to offer, and then by the end of the day, we will have a winner. We will have a winner of Voogle Startup 2014 winner today. Okay, let me just explain how it works. What are the rules? Basically, they've got up to 3 minutes. So that doesn't mean exactly 3 minutes. That means up to 3 minutes to explain, to persuade, to convince, to give an insight to what their idea is all about. Here in front of me here, we have five judges. This is the jury panel of expert business minds, and they will judge together who deserves to win. It's very simple and very, very clear. So 3 minutes, up to 3 minutes to present. After that 3 minutes is up, the jury, the panel, will then take the microphone and be able to use 6 minutes, up to 6 minutes, to ask questions, to delve a little bit deeper into their idea. On the surface, it may seem wonderful, it may seem sweet, it may seem very, very, a very beautiful idea. However, I'm sure with the questions, they will be able to dig a little bit deeper and find out the ins and outs of the idea. So, just to give you, again, some more insight into the jury. Some of the jury you're already familiar with. Let me just explain who they are. We've got Reinhard Willfort, who presented earlier on. We've got Hrvoje Bujas. Yes? Okay. Incubator manager of the Venture Factory Business Incubator of University of Maribor. We've also got a gentleman called Mihovil Balancic. Okay. Entrepreneur and experienced manager in the financial sector and president of the Crane Business Angels Network and co-founder of the Zip Incubator. We've also got a gentleman we will know very well, Hrvoje Bujas, and Matija Tomašković, CEO of Evolva and one of the people who actually came up with the idea of the Voogle Idea Accelerator. Let me again just explain. How is it judged? It's based on 5 different areas making up the 100% decision at the end of the day. So 20% is based on innovation, 20% market potential, business model, again 20%, teamwork, the team 20%, and finally elaboration and realization of the idea, again 20%. Okay, what I will do now is, one by one, I will ask the teams to come forward. They shall sit here, take the microphone, and up to 3 minutes and 3 minutes only will they have the chance to present to you, the judges. Is that clear? Yes. Are you ready for a battle? Yes. Are you ready for a battle? You better be. Okay, first of all, I'd like to welcome to the stage pitch 1, and that is BodyRecog. Put your hands together for BodyRecog.
So, BodyRecog is the body shape tracking app. My project team consists of me, who is a molecular biologist, nutritionist, and author of high school biology textbooks, and also the ICT development team of CITUS. BodyRecog has already won 4 international awards, and it will be scientifically validated by the Institute for Anthropological Research here in Zagreb. The problem that we intend to tackle is the basic human need that everyone wants to look good, and they want the world to see how good they look, especially if they went through a radical body transformation. 75% of fitness people share their results with friends on social media. So the solution is BodyRecog, the ICT system that takes body measures and analyzes the obtained data. First, we take a camera snapshot, we input some data, have measurement results, and we have the results from before and after following a certain nutrition or fitness program. Then, of course, we can share our results with social media. That upgrade is further analysis of the obtained data. Regarding commercialization, the market potential is great, and it goes 2 ways. First, for B2C, and it will be for anybody who wants to look good and track their body transformation, and also for biomedical and fitness experts, like nutritionists, physicians, professional athletes, and coaches. The targeted market segment are health and scientific institutions, pharmacies, fitness and wellness centers, and health-aware individuals. The market size at this point, it's predicted that in 2017, health and wellness will be $1 trillion industry, and its sports and fitness apps will climb from by 63% from 2012 to 2017. And wellness apps will be worth $10.2 billion in 2018. The go-to market strategy is the B2C app will be sold through major mobile app stores, and the B2B version will be offered as a cloud-based software subscription or licensed out. There is competition, but they're usually just large body scanners which do not provide a data analysis, and others which are, and classical anthropometry is much slower than the app. So to summarize, everybody wants to...
Okay. We have, I'm sorry, that's 3 minutes up.
Okay.
Thank you very much, fantastic.
Questions, please.
I have only one question. I'm not sure, where's the money here? So where is the money here in this business?
In downloads.
In downloads.
And in subscriptions, in-app purchasing, and it will be also offered together with supplements. So it will be combined with nutrition and fitness programs. This is for the lay people. And then already we have a great interest from scientists from both Croatia, from Italy, and from Malaysia.
Okay, I know it's 3 minutes is not enough, but what I saw here is I will picture myself 120 kilo. After what, I don't know, I will have 80 kilo. You know, I want to have 80 kilo, but can you explain me how will I get from 120 to 80 kilo? It's not a question of picture, it's a question of how will I get there. So yes. I'm not sure what I'm selling. Picture me, what will never happen or what?
That would be recommendations for certain types will be given later on. Since I had only 3 minutes, I had to go for the simplest usage of the BodyRecog.
So you will give me some kind of advices how will I get to that
exactly,
kilo
that's
that I
an
want to
upgraded.
have?
That's the upgraded version, yes.
Okay.
For the basic version, it's that it has been proven that if people have a tracking method, that they stick to the program 50% more. So if you're, for instance, following any certain nutrition or fitness program, it's more likely that you will stick to it if you have a tracking method, and especially if you are sharing it with your friends, because people are a bit vain and they would like to share with competition.
What do you have at the moment? In what stage is your project?
It's between alpha and beta.
So is it working?
No, it's not yet a finished prototype, no. So we have, for instance, the length, we have the ability to calculate, but not yet the circumferences. So we're working on that.
And on what platform is it?
So it will be on iOS, Android, and Windows Phone.
Did you also integrate some lead customers up to now and to talk with them if we will use that to give you feedback in the
yes.
service? Yeah. And
yes.
what is the feedback?
They love the idea. They're actually already telling me for recommending other people to the app, even though it's not developed fully. They're already telling their colleagues, for instance, the anthropologists and also the fitness centers, both here, I forgot to mention, and also in UK. So we have already arranged with fitness centers here in Zagreb and also in UK to test the app, and also in Malaysia.
So you have some also already data in the apps, or is it too early? Do you have already data from people who use the app, or is it?
No, the app is not finished yet.
Do you have a prototype?
No, it's on the way to the prototype. But we do have a huge interest already.
Do you set up the price already?
Not yet. We want to do that when the prototype is ready. Thank you very much.
Okay, so for those of you that obviously everybody's following, so that was pitch number 1, and that was BodyRecog. Okay, pitch number 1, BodyRecog. What I'd like to do now is invite pitch number 2. Pitch number 2 goes by the name of HOMZZER. Hands together for HOMZZER.
Hi everyone, I'm Luka, I'm co-founder of HOMZZER, and this with me is my team, HTML and iOS developer. I'm going to present to you what is HOMZZER. So, HOMZZER is a mobile app or platform for real estate advertising. What is the current situation in real estate advertising? We all know it takes a lot of time, you need to go on several places, and you need multiple devices, probably camera and computer, let's say. With HOMZZER, it takes less time, you can do everything with on one place, and with only one device. And this device you already have, it's your mobile phone. We'll do everything with this all-in-one technology called smartphone. In fact, that almost everyone here already have everything it takes to start using HOMZZER speaks a lot for itself. Nevertheless, I'm going to try and sell you HOMZZER a little more. Annual overtrade in real estate market is $5 trillion of American dollars, which is a big number. Second, but not less important, currently over 1.7 billion of mobile users is active worldwide, and this number increases over the year for 22%. Now, who is going to be our customer for real? Primarily, we are targeting property sellers, landlords, property buyers, tenants, agencies. What are we going to sell them? What is the added value? Well, that's easy. Better and simpler property listings, better search algorithms, portfolio management, especially for agencies, and dynamic communication, which is specific to mobiles. What are they going to pay? It's simple. It's based on a monthly fee, and they are going to pay only what they use. Now, who are our competitors? At this point, web, especially websites of agencies, custom websites, and web ads, and press media, holds the great part of the market. But nevertheless, it's only the natural way for real estate business to come to mobiles as well, because we are using the mobiles even more and more for work, for fun, for everything else. Okay? So this is my team. A few are here and a few haven't come. We are at launch phase and we are coming out in 12 days. This is it.
Well, I believe this is my field. As I told you, I have a go home search engine. We are in 7 countries. We also tried in America. It's a total different, not continent, it's a total different way of thinking and doing business. So I will tell you later. But maybe. But my question is, what do you think? Is this a vitamin or this is a cure?
Can you...
So this product that you are pitching here, is this a vitamin or cure to the problem, you know?
It's only, we are only transferring what people are only, using today, but on a simple solution, only one.
No, what do you think? So, for example, I don't know, I have a fever, you know, and I can drink vitamin C, and I will not be any better, but I will convince myself, you know, that I'm feeling a little bit better.
Okay.
But if I drink aspirin, or I don't know, something that is really working, what is cure, I will feel better in 1 day. So let's put that question to your application. Is this a cure or vitamin? Because I will tell you, if this is a vitamin, you are no go. You know, you will have no money on the market.
Okay.
So what do you think? Is this a vitamin or cure?
Then it's simple. It's cure. Then in this case, I will tell that we believe that we are offering the users to save the money and time, and I believe that users will appreciate it, especially because you are starting to use your mobile, as I said before, for everything. You are not taking the search for, I don't know, in this case, property, let's say, so serious anymore. Before, there was all preparation for this, you will go on computer and think about this. But today you are doing it from your comfort zone, on couch, and you will just remember, oh, I could put pictures of my real estate now, and you will take a mobile phone, take pictures, and describe it and sell it. This is what we are offering the most. And we plan to have much users, and I believe it's only with more users, everything will come.
Okay, understood. Can you just go 2 slides before, please? Oops. Okay, stop now. Please come here. Please come here and try to see what I'm seeing here, because I don't see any.
Yes, I understand. This is something.
Really, I don't see any. Is anybody seeing?
I don't believe it's as well.
Okay. So next time, don't do this green and white.
We have tried to see how it's working. We didn't see this. Okay, our bad.
As a property buyer or a property seller, I would like to go to the place where the most of my buyers or sellers are there.
Yes.
So, do you have a plan how to get to the top level of place where buyers or sellers are? The first question. And the second question is, what if your main competitors who are now stronger than you in this field, in Croatia, for example, Nushkal or somebody like that, what if they make a copy of your application? Do you have a backup plan, how to fight them back?
Okay, first question, we have a marketing strategy that is mostly based exactly through the web. We have a good strategy on targeting people. We have algorithms which will try to discover who is exactly selling or buying property at this moment. And for this, and we will try to show our ads to them. And for the second question, can you repeat?
So the second question is, what if your main competitor, for example, Croatia, makes a copy of your application? How can you fight him back?
Yes. Well, first of all, we have a head start. That's a good point, if I may say. And second, I believe that our team, we are, as the first one who was just the presenter said, we need a devoted team, and I believe my team is really devoted in this. We really believe this. We are not just working it out. We really think about and trying to see every outcomes and make them even better. You know?
We didn't see the numbers. How big is your market? What will be the price for the app?
Our market currently, we don't know exactly the number. We have for
we don't know.
The Europe. We are starting with Croatia. We have counted on about 400,000 of real estates. So this is our primary. And second, what was the question? You didn't see the number. And prices will be, app is basically free. And this extra things you would like to use, you will be paying.
Great. Hands together for HOMZZER. Mind your head. Mind your head. So you can see how it works. See how it works. It's not so easy. You may have a great idea, but when the questions start coming in, quite clearly, looking for clear questions and clear answers. Okay, so that was pitch number 2. HOMZZER. Pitch number 2, HOMZZER. Now, pitch number 3. I'd like to invite pitch number 3 to the stage, and they are nuArs. nuArs.
Hello, good people at Voogle. My name is Marko. This is my colleague and partner, Marin. For those of you who know me, ask me later what I'm doing here today on this stage. So, what basically we wanted to do, to tell you, Marin and I and our associates are actually living our dream. What we are about to present to you is a music business, something that has a lot to do with music. So how many of you like music? Who is in a band? Who would like to be in a band? Who plays something, some instrument? Okay, so you are our potential market, okay? During a long work we have done thinking about this project or something to become a company one day, we met a couple of challenges. Don't read the slide, it's full of information, perhaps not interesting. So we identified a lot of challenges. I'm a hobbyist, I play some music. Marin, on the other hand, is an expert and he's totally into the music business. A lot of bands, so let's make it an example of a band, and it can be anything. It can be a software business, it can be anything that needs some music. Usually when starting a band, you don't have sufficient funding, you have some trouble getting some instruments, proper rehearsal room, or any kind of support. We are thinking of providing a solution that will help those type of people like ourselves, who love music and enjoy music, and start to build a long-term relationship with them. Who is our market? It's those guys, It's people like me. You have a couple of individuals who would like to have a band, who would like to play, and then they don't know how to start, you know? And basically we have a full solution for them, providing them different types of services that can help them in achieving and starting to live their dreams. Okay? We did some market research, and this research, for instance, is based on 100 plus bands only in Varazdin County. And it says, it's not visible at this point, but look at this blue part of pie. It says only 6% of bands and musicians are satisfied with current support and conditions in which they are building their music. Only 6. That means...
Thank you very much. I really don't want to do that, but I have to do that.
Okay,
hands together for nuArs.
Okay, questions? That was my question. What are you selling? I mean, what is your product or service? Okay. We are selling full capacity service and different packages of services that will provide, for instance, a band, a full support in terms of providing them, I don't know, recording services, mastering, anything connected to what they need to get, you know, to go to the market or to start, I don't know, getting some gigs or something like that. Our services also providing audio production for instance, for software, for gaming industry. Our services are basically connected with anything in music business, but combining all the different cross industries, so marketing, PR, recording infrastructure, rehearsal rooms, instruments, and support to help our new customers or early stage customers, you know, to work with them long term to get them to the stage when they would perhaps get a record deal.
So if I understand clearly, you are like a band manager.
That's one of the services, yes.
So I'm a startup, band startup. I'm 18 years old, I have no money, you know.
Okay.
But I'm really talented, you know. I'm singing like a bird.
Okay.
And I have several friends and we want to have a band.
Yes.
So we will contact you, and you will find us everything, you know, place to rehearse, to record. How much do we have to pay? Is that some kind of percentage in our future?
Yes, that's a very good question.
So where's the money, you know?
If you're an early stage musician or a band, we can go long term with you. Start, you know, building a relationship where we could eventually take share in something you will eventually, you know, put to the market.
Really, that's really good, you know. I had a band, you know, when I was like 16 years old. It would be peachy if I could have somebody who will help me, you know, with a place to rehearse with this and that. And I will tell him, okay, when I earn some money, I will give you 10% or something like that. That's your main idea.
That's one of the services. We have a constant stream of services, you know, the professional services, for instance, our expert associates and Martin itself, who are expert in that music production and music business in general. That's a constant stream of revenue. So it's you know, the services we provide commercial, but we are interested in working with you, other than the fact that you can actually afford some instruments and, you know, some rehearsal room. But we are interested in people like you to start building long-term relationship where you could perhaps sometimes become a rock star, or on the other hand, you can, you know, return the contribution we've given to you to some other, you know, young bands that could eventually, I don't know, you could eventually help.
So you will compete with existing studios and professionals on the market?
Yes.
And very well, so you plan to find something like lots of million kunas and dollars?
No? No, we don't.
Who will finance you and all these young musicians?
No.
So success on the market.
So basically, you have the experts in the area of music business. You have the experts in other areas like sales, event management, anything connected with marketing or PR. So we are trying to build a structured service according to the needs of a specific target audience. So if it's a band, of course we will not work with Jelena Rozgat. She's not our target, you know. But perhaps some of you are here the target, you know, target audience. Okay.
How will you pay for this recording and everything else if I'm a band and I don't have money? How will you pay in the future? So you will be like some kind of investor in the band?
Something like that, yeah. So, there are bands who have the potential of becoming commercial. There are bands that don't have the potential, you know? It's like in the business. You will return the contribution by, you know, helping out some young fellows, providing them the equipment you bought and you don't use it anymore. And that's an excellent idea because I heard you were building a platform. So we are not the investors, you are the investors, and you will either like it or not like it. We will provide the services and help support to the bands or the individuals who will need, you know, something like that.
That's what you
Yes. That's
okay, why did you say?
Sorry.
Okay. You should come to the stage and say, hello, I have a crowdfunding for the pets. And then you can talk about everyone.
No, you will crowdfund it and we will provide the services, you know. Okay. So, thank you.
What was the current status of your activities? What is your strategy to come to the market? Because you have to solve the chicken-egg problem, I think.
Yeah, so basically we've done a lot of research, and actually there's an ongoing, there are a couple of ongoing projects, you know, building the long-term relationship with a couple of potential musicians.
Once again, I'm afraid I have to stop you there, okay? Put your hands together.
Come to the party at 8 o'clock down there in Robles, after party, and we will demonstrate to you what we are actually doing.
I think it's over. We are over, we are finished. Well done. As you can see, again, it's not just about the idea, it's about how you present it and the time that you have to present it as well. Okay, moving on now to pitch number 4. Pitch number 4, eOdvjetnik. eOdvjetnik. eOdvjetnik, pitch number 4.
So, hello everyone, my name is Mario, and today I will be talking about my company's product named eOdvjetnik. So, what is eOdvjetnik? eOdvjetnik is web-based case management software solution for lawyers. We help lawyers organize their files, case files, and save them time. So, a little about the problem that we are trying to solve. While talking to our customers, we noticed one general problem that lawyers have, and that is general lack of organization and doing most of the things still manually. So they still use Word documents, Excel spreadsheets, and do most of the work manually by hand. So here's one specific problem that our customer had, and our customer is a lawyer that is doing debt management for parking tickets. And they need to make thousands and thousands of documents in few months, and till now they did that entirely by hand. So every single thing in Word, print, and that's it. So we came with a solution to help them automate their process. Now they can import Excel spreadsheet into the problem and print thousands and thousands documents out and send them to people. So that is the solution, eOdvjetnik. So as I said, it is web-based case management solution for lawyers. Most important thing is that we help lawyers save time, so they can practice law and do other things that they do. Little about business model. There are currently 4,500 lawyers in Croatia, not counting their employees and their assistants. We are focused on local market with plans in future to expand to regional market. We do direct sales and direct marketing, and we have website that we use to get customers, so we get lawyers asking for our services and our program. So, about the team, my co-founder and colleague Hrvoje Bujas, who's doing software development, and me, Mario Zec, who's doing sales and marketing. And that's it. Questions? Thank you.
How are you different than the project from Osijek, Legal Tie?
From Legal Tie. Legal Tie, as I know, they are focused on, I don't know, on local market or foreign market. They are going after, I didn't completely understand what they do. Some part
They do the same thing as you.
I read that they do matchmaking for lawyers also, no?
No management.
Yeah, so they are fully web app, or? Yes, we are doing some model that is, so the solution, our software is locally in law offices, but lawyers can access it from outside, so it's some hybrid model that they can. And so because every time we talked about them, they have security issues, they don't want the documents to be on cloud and somewhere else, so we say if you're willing to pay, we can make that. So most of them told us that they want hybrid model.
Are you considering to go out of Croatian market?
Excuse me?
Are you also considering to go out with this solution to your world market?
No, now are we just on local market. So we want to get customers to local market and maybe in future in regional market.
Did you have a lawyer in your team?
No, we are. But we talk to our customers. When we had an idea, we took phone book, lawyers, call them, ask, we want to do this, do you have the problem, this problem? Yes, I want that, I want that.
Because really, if you have a lawyer in your team, if he would pitch in here, and if he would say something like, I'm a lawyer, I have these types of problems, and this is the way this is the solution for those problems, it would be, convincing. Yeah.
Okay, I understand, but we don't have a lawyer in our team.
And this application is already complete, finished, or you have
This month will be 100% over with working model. We already implemented our solution to one law office here in Varazdin and did some custom development for their needs, so for debt collection, for parking tickets. And we have multiple law offices waiting for our product to be finished, so we called them before, they're interested, they want it, and we now continually talk to lawyers and waiting for us to finish the product. And it will be finished this month, it already is finished.
Again, what exactly is the business model which you address?
Business model. So, by business model, can you be more specific? So, we are you say about pricing or that or something else? I did.
What is the USP and what will the customer get from you? And
Okay, so this is basically a toolbox software for lawyers that help them organize their files. All files are in one central location they can easily access. They don't do other things that normally do manually. So we have calculators that they use for odvjetničke tarife. So, yeah, that's it.
Specialist on that topic, lawyers. Could I do it also with a Microsoft environment, or is that also maybe a possibility to use normal software also to work in this environment, and you would have a problem?
I don't understand the question fully. So you talk how lawyers can use this. This is locally installed on their server in their office, and they can access it for any device with connection to internet.
but there are a lot of systems where I can store files or have workflow management or something else. So what is the specialized thing that you
Specialized is that we are focusing on lawyers, so they don't have used multiple tools. They use Word, they use this tool for project management, this for that, and we are one complete solution for that. And in the future provide some insights, some added value. For example, there is in Austria advocat.at, they are doing the similar thing. I think
you didn't show any screenshots. Do you have anything realized on that, or is it just an idea?
No, it's currently almost finished product. It's not. This is dashboard, but I didn't include many slides, so presentation will be short. But it's working. Yeah, we have paying customers. Yeah.
And they are paying per month, or they are paying
yes.
for a license?
Price is monthly or yearly per employee in law office, law firm. So administrative workers, lawyers, and their employees in general. Monthly price, or they can use discount, get yearly access.
Ladies and gentlemen, eOdvjetnik. Let me just remind you, every second of every pitch, every question and answer is actually being filmed on a camera right in front of me there, just above your head, so you will get a chance to see all these pitches again, and again, share them with your friends perhaps, and then make your own mind up as to who you think perhaps deserves to win Voogle Startup 2014. Right, moving on to pitch number 5. Pitch number 5 is Croatia Rescue.
Hi, my name is Ivica Penić and I'm Croatia Rescue team leader. Today I will present to you an information system that will save lives in the future. I'm sure that many of you enjoy traveling, outside activities and life itself. Are you safe all the time? Don't be so sure, it could kill you. Croatia Rescue Information System enables fast locating of injured persons by sending SS messages through a custom interface or active monitoring service. And that solves the problem even if the injured, for medical or technical reasons, is unable to call for help. One of the most important aspects of emergency services is response time, that is highly affected by locating injured person. We can solve that problem in the most efficient way. You don't have to know your local, you don't have to know the local language, your location, or the emergency phone number. With just few clicks, help will come. Imagine you have just started your spring holidays with your family in some foreign country like Croatia. In case of accident or injury, you need to call emergency and explain where you are and what happened. With our mobile app, in just one click, our operating center receives and forwards all necessary information to emergency services for your fast and secure rescue. About 11 million foreign tourists visit Croatia. If we take a quarter of that, we will get our maximum selling potential for Croatia, of course. Let's take less of 10% and we get 250,000 users and revenue above 3.5 million kunas with expenses less than 500,000 kunas. Sorry. We will sell our service to business and personal users. We are planning to get about 40% through our business partners and 60% from other relevant agencies through marketing campaigns. Our team is counting 5 members. We got 3 developers, 1 graphic designer and 1 project manager. Together we have a lot of knowledge, finished project and endless potential. We need 130,000 kunas for starting our business. That include company formation expenses, office space rent, and equipment for 1 year. Thank you for your time.
Okay, in what phase is your project?
We're still prototyping. We build a mobile app and we're currently building the service.
And how will you advertise it?
Through some relevant agency such as Ministry of Tourism, National Tourist Board, Croatian Mountain Rescue Service, and etc. So
Yes, but when I come to Croatia, I don't know what is Ministry of Tourism. It doesn't understand me. It doesn't interest me.
National Tourist Board. Ministry of Tourism, so they will try to promote Croatia as a safe country. So we will use that, we will deal with them, and we will include our product in their marketing campaign.
So you will come to Minister of Tourism, tell him, please put my product on your jumbo, you know, placard or something like that. People, jumbo people. And everywhere else. You really believe you can do that? No, you can do that, but will he do it?
Of course I believe.
I was like I was 7 times in Ministry of Tourism, in Croatia, Touristic Board, I don't know, even National Park, you know, Krka, Plitvice. Believe me, you cannot do that. Okay. So the question is, and that was the question of Michael, how will you advertise this? So when these 2 million, 5 million, doesn't matter, come to Croatia, how will they know that they can pay €2 for getting your services? So that's the main question of your product. Okay, you need money, but this is the second question. So you need more money than you think. That's the question.
We use internet as cheapest service for marketing, and everybody will know about us.
Yeah, it's good to be positive.
I think you should concentrate not business to business, but business to customer and customer. So we are talking about the tourists coming to Croatia, and you know to inform them directly that there is possibility to use this service or this app, you know, and they will pay you. Otherwise, it will be very hard to get that money.
But the idea that has somebody, I believe, from the audience to go to the Croatia travel agencies is not so bad idea. You know, maybe you can have some kind of revenue share with them. But okay, the idea is not bad. But it's just, this is just a question: how will you sell it and how will you raise that money? This is really a correct idea for me. No, really.
And there is 5 of you. You have to go to the border crossings, 5 main border crossings, and stay there with the billboard and say, take this app. This is the best way.
Or maybe, you know, with Jamnica, I don't know, they were putting Jamnica on the Jamnica message, you know. So this is a really cool message that will help your life. You know, download this app, you know. Make some money with them. You can talk with them, but with Ministry of Tourism, National Tourist Board, it's like, I don't know. You can talk with them. No result.
Don't believe him. If you have good connections, you can settle out. I completely agree with my colleagues, because this is the business to customer solution. You want to get money from your customers and users.
Yes, of course.
And you have a huge problem how to get these 11 million people to have this information. So I think there was once Adriatica in Croatia also putting the stickers on the highway entrance. So at tourist season, I don't know if they still allow this, but you should stay there, all your team and other members, and put this information that Croatia is not safe. Be safe with this application.
We'll try.
Do you already have a social media network?
Yes,
just run? How much user, follower, or what else do you have at the moment?
Sorry, can you repeat that?
How many followers on Twitter or Facebook fans do you have?
This is it's a new idea. We are on some few competitions, so it needs to stay.
We have to advertise it.
But you will be finished with your product until the season? I mean, you have 1.5 months to do that. Otherwise the season will...
And now we are just prototyping, and in 14 days the application is finished.
Okay.
Page number 5, Croatia Rescue. So, again, straight talking questions, looking for straight talking answers. Okay, now on to pitch number 6. Pitch number 6, interactive tourist guide.
Hello, my name is Nataša Mihinjac, and this is my partner, husband, Ivica. I will represent you our idea. Interactive tourist guide. Why a tourist guide? The number of independent travelers and organized groups visiting Varazdin has been steadily increasing. Varazdin is one of the 52 places to visit in 2020, according to New York Times. Why interactive tourist guide? Existing printed tourist guides are considered old-fashioned by most people. The cost of this traditional tourist guide is high. The electronic approach is becoming the norm. Available to anyone using mobile devices. Easier to push boundaries with innovative ways presenting a tourist destination. Our guides offers questionnaire prices, getting the feel of the town by exploring information about the center and its outskirts, a computer game catching a pig responsible for the big fire, meeting everyday citizens without whom Varazdin would not be Varazdin, information about the quality food options, where to learn or improve your waltzing skills. Who is the target market? Mainly independent travelers and smaller groups of young and middle-aged people. Organized groups could benefit as well. Market potential. Great opportunity for development. Guide for the Croatian regions and cities, guide for wine roads, guide for cyclists. Our team. Before this conference, only idea, and my husband and I. After this conference, we and our partners, I hope so. And in the end, by us. Because we can.
So you have idea at the moment?
Yes.
And how will it be distributed?
By web or by tourist office.
So it's the same problem with the team before?
Why problem?
How will you sell it? How will somebody know
it? If you are from Germany and you want to come to Varazdin, you will go to web and you will type it Varazdin, and then you will see Varazdin tourist guide, and then will be our tourist guide. And there will custom reviews, some good marks, webs.
So you're fighting with TripAdvisor the other guys.
Sorry, I didn't get.
You are fighting with TripAdvisor, with a very large, very big company. Beast.
The name was Interactive Tourist Guide. What is interactive in your idea? I mean,
Why interactive?
why? But what is interactive in your idea? I mean, I didn't.
There is also a game you can play. A game that will explain you about history of Varazdin, a big fire, who changed everything here. And then you can see some citizens of Varazdin who can explain you of some.
Okay, and who will be the paying customer? I mean, the persons like tourists or the touristic agency from Varazdin?
We focused mainly on individual tourists at the start, and after that, a small group of tourists who came here. They can also buy it here in the tourist office or before that on web. You need only a mobile phone. That's the only device you need.
How many apps did you find in the App Store which are similar to you, and what do you make better?
There is no competition. There's slight competition. So I think that there's no many products on the market present moment. We have some calculations. We need 2,000 tourist guide to sell to come on 0 point. If 10 euro for one guide is price, we need 2,000 to sell it, and that we can sell it 1 year, maybe 2 years, and after that.
Page number 6, interactive tourist. And finally, pitch number 7. Pitch number 7 is Podrum.
I'm Svjetlana and Matija, and today we are going to introduce you Podrum. We recognize some problems in our organization, and these problems were team communication and team collaboration. Problem was that most teams communicate with emails, and email is not built for team collaboration. Second problem was business applications. There are too many business tools, and they are too expensive, and they are too complex to end users. And the third problem was mobility and availability. The most of our applications were desktop applications, and they were limited to office environment, which is not good. We have some goals we want to achieve, and these goals are small and flexible teams, then reduction of hierarchical level, knowledge and intellectual capital, and creative and innovative environment.
With these problems and goals in mind, we started the development of Podrum. And at first, Podrum was only an enterprise social network. That means a great platform for communication and collaboration that helped a group of 10 companies to become even more successful. But now we want to do the same in our region. As you know, enterprise social network alone isn't enough. You need additional business apps to give users a great work experience. So we connected Podrum to external existing ERP and CRM systems, and that gave them key functionalities like mobility and availability, any place and any time. And that was really great for them. So In addition, we've learned how to build social business apps and integrate them with Podrum. So you can say that today Podrum is a platform for social business applications. Today Podrum offers a better way to organize communication and collaboration within a company. Workspaces and organizational structure provide a right flow of information to the end user, while application markets consist of business apps that are easy to use and fully integrated with Podrum environment. Of course, finally, our goal is to make sure that that every user will be able to first customize existing Podrum apps and then make their own apps without any technical knowledge and according to their needs.
I will have to stop you there.
Okay.
You think I like doing this? I don't. Right, so put your hands together for pitch number 7, Podrum.
I didn't completely understand the idea. You are building a software solution?
Yes.
Is it in a ready-made phase? Is it beta?
Yes, it's been used for a year and a half in our group of companies we're part of.
So, who is you are most familiar to? What is your main competitor on the market in this field? What would you say?
Podio, Yammer, Jive, Synchro, enterprise social networks.
Can you number a few key tools or features your product has?
And they don't.
Yes.
Well, only Podio has application market. Others are integrating external systems. But in comparison to Podio, we are offering organizational structure and different workspaces that Podio doesn't have.
So we are a software company. And what would we get from you if you're using
well,
a solution?
if you're a software company, you're probably already using tools that help you. But our product is for mid-large and large companies that need network for platform for communication and collaboration.
So this is not something like chat or
no.
This is an enterprise Facebook.
Yes, you can say that. But with business apps connected and with interaction with activity stream.
What is the business model? I mean, what are you charging?
Well, we have two different models. First is only communication and collaboration, and second one is communication, collaboration, and application market. And users pay monthly fee.
So the market is larger companies, you said?
Well, with the application market, our customers are everybody, because we are constantly working on application market and new apps, and we already have a platform for communication and collaboration done.
Now, how large is your team?
Three people in development and 2 people in sales. But we are looking for new people in development.
Okay, thank you.
You should put some screenshots on, because you have a lot good thing, but you didn't present it.
Yes, but we also have a lot of good screens to share and not enough time.
But these are not good screens, like screens with some small numbers. This is a good screen. Thank you.
So that was pitch number 7, Podrum. So as you can see, that's it. Those are the 7 pitches. Put your hands together for each and every one of the 7 pitches. As you know, if I were to ask you to come up on stage and tell us about your idea and tell us all the benefits and do it in English, it may not be an easy task. So Startup Battle is a real battle, and it's all about, again, emotion, passion, and really defending your idea and persuading the people that matter how good it is and the positive aspects of it. So once again, going through them, pitch number 1 was BodyRecog, pitch number 2, HOMZZER, pitch number 3, nuArs, pitch number 4, eOdvjetnik, pitch number 5, Croatia Rescue, pitch number 6, interactive tourist guide, and pitch number 7, as we've just seen, Podrum. Okay, what will happen now? Now, perhaps is where the fun really starts. This is where we ask the panelists, the jury, to come on stage and sit on these seats behind me. There will be a moderator, Bojan Pečnik, and this is where you get to hear, as an audience, some of the perhaps first impressions of what the jury really thinks. So I would like to ask the jury to stand up and join me on stage here. Bojan Pečnik, there he is. He will actually introduce himself and what he does. And again, you'll get a chance to hear the first impressions of the jury and also a little bit about the startup scene within the region, within Croatia, and also the neighbouring countries as well. And this will last roughly about 25 minutes.
Thanks, Hrvoje. Okay, so hi everybody, my name is Bojan Pečnik. I'm the manager of Technical Innovation Center Međimurje in Čakovec, which is like 20 kilometers this way. And we do similar kind of things to what Carlo and the gang who organized all this are doing. We are helping startups or cool ideas to grow and to mature, to go to the market. Before that, I was a CEO and a founder and a technical director of a company building a startup company building UAVs, unmanned airships. That's on the ice at the moment, but enough about me. Let's talk about my car, or no, maybe we can go from this side and talk about. Well, first of all, Hrvoje, you already had some very interesting comments and remarks today. I wanted people to maybe get your opinion on what is the situation now at the moment. Are you happy with how far we have come, the entrepreneurial community in Croatia, and where we need to go to become comparable to the developed communities?
First of all, maybe I should present you. You are, as I think, you are like Croatian Elon Musk, you know, that guy from Tesla. Maybe you don't know that, but this guy here invented hyperlink, what was the name?
Hypersphere.
Hypersphere, you know. Hypersphere is something that Croatia had a chance to be like 20 or 30 years ahead in the future. Unfortunately, well, maybe you are lucky that Croatia didn't invest, but maybe some other countries, you never know. I know that you're still working on that. And people like you are that part of Croatian entrepreneurs that I'm really proud of. You know, you will get here to your dream, I'm sure that. It's a question of time, money, your personal effort. It's a question of maybe some kind of lucky stream that you need, but generally you and your team. That's the type of entrepreneur that has innovating stuff, new ideas, that is building you know, going beyond the borders. That is what we definitely need. We are a small country, but we do have some smart people. And we have to give them a chance, really give them a chance to build something. What we are doing is opposite of that. We are not giving them a chance. We're giving a chance to somebody who is not capable to do anything except be the part of the politician ace. And that's true. That's true. So about the climate here, climate is, okay, it's up to the person. It's like Kostelić in skiing, it's like Janica, you know, in skiing, it's like, I don't know, Ivanišević in tennis. Everything in, not only in Croatia, but in this region is up to the one individual and maybe his family. That's okay. That is a start. But you know, if that is a start, then we as a society should build those people to go up further. We should have this type of pitching from the elementary school. You know, we should pitch from the day one we born. We born and we say, that's the first pitch we have. If your is really strong, you will probably be an opera singer. And then when you are 6-year-old, when you are going to elementary school, you will have to come to the stage and pitch to your teacher, why should they put you in the class? And you will have to say, well, I'm good looking, I know how to sing. And then you will have to pitch for the English language, then you have to pitch to go to. You will always have to pitch, because that is the way of selling. That is what we have to learn to do, and that is the way to put excellent people on the board. And when you have excellent people and capable people to lead you, then the whole society will win. Whole society. Now we have opposite situation. We don't have pitching, we don't have anything. I was like 2 years in some school, high school. I was talking to the students and I was telling them about pitch. And one student told me, okay, excuse me, Mr. Bujas, what is that pitch? What are you talking about? And then I explained them, and I understood. They don't have that type of, you know, that you have to sell in that question mark. You have to sell something. We don't have it. Americans have it. They're always selling something. When they come to Croatia, they're selling us everything. They sold us already. I had 2 Americans in my company, unfortunately. Because they're great selling, okay. We are disaster. So from society, from the beginning, from elementary school, high school, we don't have it. We just don't have that excellency going out. We are not giving them a chance. Not only that, my son was in the 4th grade, and he was always, I will answer teacher, I will answer teacher. And teacher told him, don't always put your hand up. I know that you know, but you don't have to shame everybody else. She told him that. And then my son told me, well, I don't want to keep my hands up anymore. I won't answer to the teacher's question. After 50 days, 20 days, teacher asked me to come to the school, and she told me, why is your son not answering any questions? And I told him, but teacher, you told him not to answer because he's answering too much questions. Shame on you. You should be pushing him to answer even more, to learn more, to go to another stage. No, you tell him, no, learn only that razlomci u matematici, to je dovoljno. That's not enough. If he has a will, he wants to learn something, give him a chance to do it. So that's the problem of society, problem of entrepreneurs, problem of everything.
Okay, thank you, Hrvoje, for your kind and interesting words. Well, I believe that there is a big structural problem in creating leaders or promoters or mavericks or champions of certain projects. I also think now as our community develops, startup community develops, some other things are also coming out, and I would like Mihovil to comment on this, and maybe Reinhard also, to see if Austria has the same problem and how they dealt with it. And that is, now we have, at least through ZIP, through Technological Park in Varazdin, we have in Čakovec some cool companies, but those companies are growing now and they need good quality people, good workers. And we are starting to have trouble finding those people. I mean, there's a company in my incubator who is giving like 4 times the average salary for that county, and they cannot find a developer. There is a similar situation in Zagreb now, so I'd like to hear Miho what he thinks about it, and afterwards maybe Reinhard a bit.
Actually, it's a very big problem. As Hrvoje said, we need to start from the kindergartens. We need to learn our kids. What I saw last year in the United States, they are pitching in kindergartens as they are 6 years old. We need to educate more people from technology faculties. For sometimes it was fancy to go to the economic faculty, as I did and as Hrvoje did, and it was something that was I don't know, socially very good to do. But now we have that other problem, because we lost all of our competitive advantages, and now we have to show to the Europe, to the world, that we can have a lot of good engineers. And now we have some of the engineers, but then they are trying to develop startup company, and as we said, as Hrvoje had presentation, there is a lot of problems when you start a company. So then maybe it's easier to start it from some other country or to just go and work for IBM, for Apple, for Google or something like that. This is the reason why we started our ZIP. ZIP is technology incubator. We started in Zagreb because Zagreb had the worst incubator in Croatia. So, but people who were working there, they were not. It wasn't their fault. They were trying, but the city and the community and the state didn't care about that. So then we said we'll try to do it, and we are trying to do it on a voluntary basis, and the University of Zagreb is helping us, and we are trying to do it with our mentor network, where there are some people, now 40 people that are helping, some of them here, and we are just trying to speed up the whole process. What is the most important? The most important is education, and for university to see, or universities, there are several universities in Croatia, they have to see that they should produce people and workers, or how would you say it, for 2020, 2040, not for the last year.
Last century. So, how is it done in Austria?
For Austria, at the moment we have, let's say, not so good situation in the market with unemployed people. We have about 400,000 unemployed people. I think on the other side, 30,000 people who want to come up with a startup or own a company. It's a good thing, but if you see at the figures, you will see that 50% of that startups, new companies, will be one-person companies. Yeah, so, and we start from their own flat with the notebook on the table. Yeah. That's the situation. So I think what we need more is also infrastructure, more spirit of entrepreneurship, and spirit also for investment. Because if you come up with a new technology, with company which will not have returns in the first 3 months, you need investment money, and that's a tricky thing to get that money, because at the banking accounts we have a lot of money, at the private accounts on the other side banks are not able with their process to support such early stage processes. So on the other side in Austria we also try to give in some public money. We have a large it's called Startup Fund with 65 million euros. Was built in the last 5 months or 6 months, and 4 or 5 projects get already money. So there are some efforts on that, but I think we can do more. Yeah, and I agree also with the statements of my other colleagues here. I think creativity, innovation begins in the school system, yeah? And we destroy the creativity of the people who go to the school, because at the age of 6, children have questions. Yeah? With 18, there are no questions anymore. Yeah? And we are not satisfied with the system, and not a lot of them are able to go to a maybe competitive environment, or go to a next phase where you have maybe an interesting job at a technological company, or maybe come up with an own company. So I think that's not the traditional way in Austria. So we are very similar, I think, to Croatia. Maybe we have more resources, but I do not know the exact figures on that. So, but I think we have to do something in our school system, not to destroy the creativity, bring the spirit of entrepreneurship to that environment, and also come up with more ideas which we can bring to the market, and therefore we also need more resources. And I think that's something which we have to solve in the next future.
So I get it. You're also not happy. You're not happy with the educational system, or what kind of workforce is coming out of the educational system? Are the people ready to become entrepreneurs, or they are just ready to become employees? And if so, are they good employees at least?
What we do in Austria, there are several master programs on innovation management, entrepreneurship, yeah, but that happens after a normal study or at the age of 20 or more. Yeah, so I think we have to do that earlier. Yeah. And in a moment, I have a nice project. Yeah. It will be based in Carinthia. We will come up in a technology park with our own school system. Yeah. Maybe it will be a private school, but it should be integrated in our school system, but it will be a pilot where we have a strong focus on entrepreneurship, yeah, and come up with all of that possibilities we have now from technological aspect, from didactics and so on, and we will integrate all of that and also build a network of different I would say innovative schools. We also have integrated an innovation process, which is not normal in a school. Yeah? So we will try anything which is possible to integrate and come up with a new system, but it will only be a pilot, and maybe we can learn a lot of that, and it will be also a training center for lecturers. Yeah? So because that's also a big problem. Yeah? If you're in Austria, if you're a teacher and you lose the job, you are not will not be able to come in another area and be successful in another job. Yeah? So that's also a problem. So I think we have to try something. We have to come up with new solutions, and I think also more entrepreneurship in an early stage in the school system. That's my goal, yeah, at the moment, because I see a lot of people who are at the age of 20 who do not want to take a risk, yeah, and I think we cannot all work in the civil service or not only have only one-person companies at the end of the day. That will not be a successful environment for, let's say, successful economy, yeah, and sustainable economy.
Thank you. Jure, can you maybe tell us a little bit on the topic from the Slovenian perspective, and maybe after that, what are you trying to do with Podrum, or maybe how it fits in that picture?
Yes, more or less we are having the same problems they were talking about before that. The problem is that the school system is not well connected to economy or to industry. So we are producing, on the end of the day, persons who are not having any skills or any knowledge really compatible with what the industry needs. Yes, on one side. On another side, we are trying with our partners in Slovenia to push some initiatives to change this climate for entrepreneurship, that more and more young people can see that there is a way to make money or to make living in entrepreneurship. As you know, more or less, we don't have any more big companies. We have middle-sized companies and also small companies with one person. Yesterday we have a workshop about that, and the problem is that a lot of these small companies, they're having no interest to grow, and that's a problem. So when you were asking about the Podrum conference, with the Podrum conference is the 34th conference in a row, and it's a two-day event with a lot of panels, different panels, round tables, also evening event where we are pronouncing the best startup company in Slovenia, the most innovative, the most global potential company, and there are about 500 people coming to this conference, and it's meant for to push this, to give some information, to give some knowledge. As one of the main case speakers is coming, Ash Mori from Lean Startup from United States, and several others. So we try with this, to give the surrounding a little bit of information and push to they start their own business.
Thank you. Matija, you have a dynamic company, I would say, and I believe you're in a process of growth. So what are your experiences with finding a skilled workforce which can actually help you become a regional or global player?
Well, I know that the human resource market is very dynamic at this time. At least I see that in Zagreb, mainly because every now and then you can see a new job opening, And it's not just a job opening like we are hiring one developer, but lately you had the opening like we need 9 developers or 10 developers, and I think it's very dynamic there. We had some minor impacts also in Varazdin. For example, lately one company in Technopark was hiring several people and it made a huge mess on the market. Our company right now doesn't have a problem. We are near a faculty of organization informatics, and mostly it goes by recommendation. And when people see that there's a good climate in the company, that the wages are okay, that there is a potential in the job they will have, then you are a company which is desired where they would like to go. If you are a company where there is no good atmosphere, the wages are low, you see no potential, then of course you have a problem. And this is mostly the problem for the new companies, because they have no name, nobody knows what is it like to work there. For example, if they're a small startup and they want new people, they are usually a strong little team, and when they have a new guy, then it's a question how will he fit in, actually. So this is the case. But in Varazdin, mainly because of faculty, which is a huge center of new people, most of Varazdin companies, as far as I can hear, doesn't have any problem.
That's good to hear. So you mentioned that you are close to FOI, to the faculty. Are you having an active collaboration with them, or would you like it to be more interactive? Are you happy with the skill set of the people which are coming out of the faculty?
Well, untypically for Croatia, but we have very good cooperation. I wouldn't say this. Okay, this is a joke. The cooperation we have with the FOI is really, really working well. Every year we have more than 10 people in our company coming to our company to do a school practice. And this is the very, very great way to filter some of them to become our employees. And, or to know that if we would need somebody and he is a good one, that we will call him a few months afterwards and call him, okay, we need you, would you come? And I think it's absolutely brilliant way for us, because when they come to do faculty work, it's usually, most of them we say in advance, okay, we will not pay you, or we will not pay you so much, but we end up with some people who do real work we can lately use on the market. And we also have a first financial funding right at that point of time. So the cooperation faculty is great.
Okay, cool. Michal, maybe you can tell us a little bit, when you started Zip, you and your colleagues, what were the main problems with the startup community in Croatia then, and are those the same problems today? And then maybe are you addressing those issues at the venue you guys are planning for this spring or this summer?
Yes, Zip happened as we founded in 2009 Crane, the Croatian Business Agents Network, and after working 3 or 4 years with startups, with investing in startups, we saw that we need some place for them to work before investment, to work just on a prototype, just on idea. And then the idea came of building some technology incubator and pre-incubator. And 2 years ago we started. We had 4 generations now. There are 3 + 3 months in Zip. First 3 months they are developing idea and acquiring all the necessary skills. Another 3 months they are trying to build prototype and exit to market. What we saw is that they are relatively slow. So, but all projects in Croatia happen to be slow with their development. I usually see, I don't know, I go to a lot of conferences, and I don't know, in 2 years I will see some of the projects that I saw today still trying to get out. You have to go out fast and to fail fast and to start something else. We as a Zip are trying to develop, to put it on the next level, because in the last generation, which ended now, one team got investment, but from Bulgarian accelerator, because we don't have any accelerator in Croatia, we don't have any VC. So this is a very big need that needs to be fulfilled. Now we are trying to do that. We'll try to enter with the new generation. We will have the call for the generation during April, and we will try to offer pre-accelerated funds, something like accelerated, but with limited funds, because we have some limited funds. And also we are having a conference on HOR, Core Startup Island HOR, in June. We will try to bring some investors there, and we will also try to do something, I'll say it for the first time, we will try to do a crowd investing campaign for our ZIP. It's something what you said. We would like to do it with the Croatian company, integration platform, but it's not possible at the moment. We'll do it through UK platform.
Okay. So it's actually not going through Croatian legal framework at all? Okay.
No, because we as Ukraine, we invested in one company. There's 29 investors in that company, and you should see the General Assembly and the meeting at the public notary we had last month. It was terrible. And now, unfortunately, one of the co-owners had an accident, and now he had all the problems with transferring the ownership, and it's a terrible nightmare when you have a company like that. And you could have a joint stock company and all the, I can tell you about it because I did it for a long time, but it's expensive to have a joint stock company, because then you need to have a general assembly every year, auditor, you need to be listed to the stock exchange and everything. So it's not very good for startups.
Okay, maybe to change the subject just a little bit, but before I do that, since we're talking about the upcoming events, I would like to tell all students here, or to promote that on 11th and 12th of April in Nagykanizsa in Hungary, very close to here, there is a startup, let's say, contest or hackathon in a box. It's in classical hackathon format, so 24 hours of coding, of networking and learning. It's open to students and young people. It's free. The Hungarians offer, I believe they say, drinks, food, accommodation and beer for free. So if nothing else, there is a chance to drink a lot of Hungarian beer for free for 24 hours. It's in a couple of days, so I encourage you all to apply. In 11th and 12th of April. Reinhard, you've got a feel maybe a little bit for the Croatian startup community through this competition and through some others. So maybe can you compare it to the Austrian? Are there big differences? The startups on a more mature level in Austria, are they more ready to tackle the global issues or to go to the global exit?
I would say it's very similar. Yeah? So a lot of startups, and we saw it today in different types of presentations, have a strong focus on the internet, on web applications, and so on. I think that's something also in Austria happens. On the other side, we have also local new companies which are very traditional, yeah, with maybe new coffee shop or something else. It's also working. It's not interesting for investors because it's a normal business model. Yeah, should work. But on the other side, investors want to have maybe something which is stronger on the market or have an international focus and so on. So that's maybe which is very similar to the presentations that we saw. So I think Austria, we have good universities, we have a lot of technological backgrounds also, but it leads at the end of the day in a lot of startups which have a technological focus, yeah, and especially this web startup environments. And I think today we saw very similar presentations that could also happen in Austria. Also, I think it's a good environment. I also like these ideas of these technology parks, because you can focus very strong on different areas, and most of the parks are interconnected in the international consortium with EU projects and so on. And I think there is a lot of knowledge transfer between the different countries, and we are also part of EU projects and other, I would say, accelerators in Austria. And I think, yeah, we could closely get together or come together also in more network situations, because networks are very useful for building innovation processes and creativity also. Networks are a perfect form of organization. And I think that is also which we could more address on that startup level, yeah, to interconnect people, not to have the constraints to lose our knowledge. I would say go into corporations and connect people and brains, and then we can do more together, and also across the countries, and not only to be very strong, focused maybe here on the language basis, or also on the basis only in their own country. I think we have to be more open on that, think across the borders, and I think Croatia is also on the way in that European environment, I would say, a very good status, and so I think it's very similar to Austria.
Okay, thank you. Okay, so how much time? We have no time at all? Okay, then thank you very much for your time.
Okay, so what will happen now? Basically, the B2B meetings will start very, very shortly, okay? So we will have a break of about 10 minutes where you can get yourself a coffee, okay? After that 10 minutes is up, then those of you that have a scheduled B2B meeting, that's when you meet your date, as it were, your business date. So again, if you look up, all the cubicles here on the first floor and the second floor are actually the locations. Each of these cubicles has a number on the door. That is where that's your venue, that's where you have your dates, okay? Again, if you haven't registered for a B2B meetup, let's say, and we've given you one, again, this is optional. You don't have to do this, but again, it's an invitation that perhaps might turn into something more down the line, okay? So remember, back here in this hall at 5 o'clock for the awards and the winners of the Voogle 2014 startup. Good afternoon. We started with a lot more people. Many people have left. However, you've made it to the end. So, ladies and gentlemen, it's been a long day. It's been a creative day. We've heard lots of ideas, experiences, insights. Hopefully, by the time you leave, as I said at the beginning, by the time you leave through the doors of the Croatian National Theatre, you'll have something at least to take back with you, back to your job, back to where you work or study, but something at least that will remind you of the day, and you can use and maybe benefit you somehow in the future. Okay, would you like to know the winners? I'm sure you would, I'm sure you would. These are, so there were 7 pitches, and one of those teams will be going home with quite a lot of prizes. In fact, I've got a long list of sponsors that have kindly donated prizes for those special winning teams. However, there is also a few people here right now, right in front of me, that will go home with a prize. Would you like to win something today? I can see the emotion and the passion. I can see it's overflowing. So, very simply, who would like to win a Brokula&Ž t-shirt? Anyone would like to win one? Oh yeah, hands go up now, yes. So, this is what I will do. I will face the screen, I will throw this ball behind me, over my shoulder, and the person that catches it wins a t-shirt. Is that clear? Is that easy? It could not be easier, it could not be clearer. Look at this guy, look, he's ready to tennis. Okay. Are you ready? It's like somebody's getting married, isn't it? Are you ready? No, a fantastic Brokula&Ž Brokula&Ž. Do you know how funny that sounds to me? Brokula&Ž. But I'm sure it sounds perfect for you in Croatian. So a Brokula&Ž t-shirt. Here we go. Right here now. You, my friend, have just won a t-shirt. Would you like to come forward? Stand up and come round and claim your fantastic Brokula&Ž t-shirt. On the stage, please. So this is the deal. You've won this t-shirt and you have to wear this t-shirt at work every day for the next week. There we are. Are you from Varazdin? Are you from Varazdin? So where do you work? Oh, you study? Okay. At school, you have to wear this. At college, you wear this every day for the rest of the week. Is that a deal?
For the rest of my life, no problem.
The rest of your life. Okay, thank you very much. He's won the Brokula&Ž. Can I have the ball back, please? In fact, no, you keep hold of this. What you have to do now, in order to pick another winner who will win a 3D relief mapping of themselves. You saw it earlier on of Ivica Penić, yes, the president. He's got it on his wall, and one of you here will have it on their wall as well. So what you need to do, you need to randomly choose a number between 1 and 13. 1 and 13. And the person who has that number, who we are today, he's got all the numbers, will win a personalised, unique, individual 3D mapping of themselves. So pick a number between 1 and 13. 6. Who's number 6?
Thank you, Peter. I want to thank the organizers for the great show. So number 6 is Vedran Starčević. Oh, sorry, I'm laughing because that's the guy from Geek Design who is supposed to print it on a 3D board. So actually we have to repeat this one. So from 1 to 13, once again 7. Okay, next number. Sorry for a big laugh, but that was funny. Okay, anyway. Number 7 is Zvonimir Bulić. Mr. Zvonimir? Okay. So what do we do if someone is not here?
He's not here.
Okay, next number.
Number 5.
Number 5.
Thank you, number 5.
Maria Corti. Regarding this statue, I just wanted to say maybe it seems like, okay, it's a nice prize, but I mean, I didn't get a car. But imagine one day if Maria will be very famous and rich, how valuable the statue will be. Thank you.
Okay, so we're about to now announce the winners of the pitching today. I think you'll all agree with me. Quite an interesting set of pitches. Quite lots of variety, different ideas, all at very different stages as well, and quite a few different presentation techniques as well. Okay, so ladies and gentlemen, in third place, this is the team who came here with nothing. They go home with something. They go home. Third place team, and that is, put your hands together, for HOMZZER. Let's go to the stage. Okay, just before we go any further, would you like to know what you've won? I'm sure you would. Okay, you have won 2 months rent-free office space. Rent-free, so not a corner, no charge, that's right, no charge at all. Rent-free office space 2 months at the Varazdin Technopark, and 1 hour of mentoring by Voogle Accelerator. Put your hands together for HOMZZER. Also, it would be easy for me just to give them the prize. They say thank you and then sit down. But what we're going to do, we're going to ask one of the judges, one of the judging panel, to just give us a little bit of feedback why they actually chose this team to go home with 3rd place.
So a little advice from somebody who's a bit longer in business. As CEO in the last 10-15 years, I have held many presentations, and there is one rule that before the show you should always check your presentation on the actual PC and the actual projector. So watch out for the letters, because this is, luckily it ended luckily for you today, because you ended up with the prize, although we couldn't read anything. So this is the first one. The second advice maybe is that you are going into a tough market. If you are low on budget, check about guerrilla marketing methods. I think that the marketing and sales is going to be the biggest battle for you. The development and the other stuff, you will handle it. Don't start too much with maybe some debugging issues and stuff like that. It should be stable, of course, but watch out about marketing and marketing and sales. It's the most important.
Okay, 2nd place. Who's made it to winning the silver medal, let's say. So, in 2nd place, put your hands together for Podrum. I'm sure you'd like to know what you've won. So in 2nd place, you win. You actually win a Brokula&Ž t-shirt and 4 months rent-free office space. So you win 4 months of office space and not paying 1 kuna at all at the Varazdin Technopark, and 2 hours of mentoring from Voogle Accelerator. And again, we'd like to know, I'm sure you'd like to know, and you as well, why you were chosen to take away the 2nd place in the idea picture.
Okay, maybe it's easier to tell why you are not first. So you are not first because the presentation was not on the first level. As we in the jury understood, you have a great product and you already have some customers actually, and you should at least put one screenshot. We couldn't visualize your solution. We could check it on the mobile device, so we had a clue how it looks like. But also the sales material you have to prepare, especially this presentation, should be top-notch. It should be brilliant, as well as your product. The package is everything today in sales and marketing as well, so please take care about this.
Okay, so the Voogle Startup of the Year 2014. We all want to know who they are, but before I announce the winner, let me just let you know the prizes, the long list of prizes this team will actually go home away with. So Algebra, they're giving a 5-day Microsoft official course worth 6,000 kunas. Okay. Startup Slovenia Podrum conference in May. 1 ticket for that, a fantastic conference. If you haven't checked it out online, you should do, because it's a fabulous, fantastic conference, which I'm sure a lot of people here would benefit from going to. 6 months rent-free office space at the Varazdin Technopark. Again, 6 months without paying 1 single kuna. Sounds good, doesn't it? Yeah. No, all right, okay. I think it sounds good. I'm sure it does sound good. If you're looking for office space and you don't have to pay for 6 months, that sounds very good. Also, Marivium Success Academy, they're giving away an IPS premium sales system, and Freelance Business Coaching, they're giving 3 different registration fees covered for a sales skills workshop, and Geek Design Voogle Startup of the Year 2014 trophy will be given to that team as well. Okay, so ladies and gentlemen, the team, or the pitch that appealed to the judges most this year is Croatia Rescue. We'll give you the award there. Who will take it? You take it. And also some feedback to why this team appealed to the judges the most.
Yeah, thank you. It was a great job which you did. Identical presentation, I think. Large team, good team, and also I think an application which we will need, which is useful, helpful on the one side, and feedback from our side is, I think, also about marketing and cooperations. On the one side, I think you will need communities, you will need a rollout strategy, maybe guerrilla marketing or something else, and also think about maybe cooperations with larger companies in the telecom environment, because that could be helpful, useful to cooperate with companies which already have community and already have also resources in the background, and so you bring in a nice, creative, innovative new application, and I think Croatia will need that, and I wish you a lot of different users on that, and much of success on that. Great job, and congrats to the winner team. Thank you. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, that is basically the end of Voogle 2014. I've had a lot of fun. Have you had fun today? Yeah. Have you enjoyed yourself? Hopefully, this is the kind of thing I'm sure we can do again. Would you like to do it again? Shall we do it again next year? I think we should. One very, very last thing before everybody stands up and leaves. What we will try to do, it might be a little bit difficult, but we're going to try it. Okay? I would ask you to stand up, everybody to stand up. Join me on stage here, and we will take a group photograph. Again, the emotion and the passion is overwhelming. So if you'd like to be in the photograph, we want you to be in the photograph. Just a memory of the day here in Varazdin. Photographer and just follow his directions. Can everybody just shuffle this side, shuffle across. Everybody at the back just shuffle across, shuffle across. If we can just shuffle across. We have a few more people to get on stage. Okay, we'll look at the photographer at the top.
Everybody smile.
Hands up, should we do hands up? Hands up, everybody.